There's also a dense fog advisory until 11 o'clock for most of the area. Jeff Thomas, Odyssey Cleveland Traffic.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios. Fueled by True North Convenience Stores. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians pitcher Parker Messick took a no-hitter to the ninth inning last night against Baltimore, but the first guy up in that ninth for the Orioles, Leody Taveras, he ruined it.
The pitch. Ground ball, base hit. Well, that ends the mystery. He did what he's done all night, go right at him. 45 years since we have seen a no-hitter by a Cleveland pitcher.
That Kersey Guardians TV, that's right, the last one, Len Barker's perfect game, May of 1981. The Guardians do win the game 4-2. Messick would give up another single to start that nine. Cade Smith would come on, take over, give up 2 runs charged to Messick, so the lefty does get the victory as he had himself a career-high 9 strikeouts at the plate last night for the Guardians. Jose Ramirez, pair of hits including a 2-run homer. Jose also scored twice in the victory. Well, Stephen Kwan and George Valera had a pair of hits, including RBI singles. Cavaliers center Jared Allen practicing for the last 2 days. No limitations, no restrictions. However, Allen admits that right knee is still not at full strength despite the knee. Allen believes he can play at a high level. The Cavs get the playoffs going tomorrow afternoon at Rocket Arena as they play host to the Toronto Raptors in Game 1. Browns currently hold the 6th overall pick in the NFL draft. There has been a lot of rumors Browns could be trading down on Thursday. G-Man Drew Barry admitted the Browns could also trade up, but it just depends on what the cost is. Meanwhile, Barry adding that Joel Bitonio can take as long as he wants to decide if he plans to retire or return next season. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima here on 92.3 The Fan.
Get primed for the Cavs playoffs on your ride home. The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
And a one-hopper to short. Verrocchio, quick release. Got him! 3 more outs to go. The pitch. Ground ball, base hit. Well, that ends the mystery. He did what he's done all night, go right at him. 45 years since we have seen a no-hitter by a Cleveland pitcher. Chopper up the middle, backhanded by Brito, throw to first, book it. Dynamite defensive effort by Juan Brito to end this one. Orioles did not go without a fight, but the Guardians hang on to win it 4-2.
After 8 innings, what's going through your mind when you're sitting over here?
Same thing the whole game, just keep executing. I mean, it was a good game, and the one pitch, snuck it through the hole, so you can't do nothing about that. It's a good one, and I just do my job in executing. I mean, everyone around the field, Jose making that play, Quan early in the game making that catch. I mean, there were so many good defensive plays. I know I'm leaving a couple out, but they were unbelievable tonight.
That was very special what we got to watch. That's an unbelievably talented lineup, that he took a no-hitter into the ninth against. Continued to attack, continued to give them different looks throughout the whole game. He and Hedgie were, magnificent with their sequencing. That arsenal, and that was a beautiful game.
This is Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Audio courtesy of Guardians TV. That was awesome.
That
was absolutely. So when did you? You're busier than me. So the game started when I was at Fox 8, and then I got home, I watched the game, and then I picked Axel up from track, and then I went down to my office, and in the 8th, I called Axel down. I'm like, you gotta come see this. And then in the 9th, it was great because did you see the weird commercial break they took really quick? So they were fitting him in so they could show him warming up.
Right.
What a moment. What an effing moment, man. I mean, unbelievable. So they show him, and he's getting warmed up. And I'm sitting there. I didn't want to say a word. Like Axel doesn't. The kids today have no clue about jinx. None. At least he didn't. And so I'm like, I was like, son, I've never seen this. This is a big deal. This is a real big deal. I was like, if he does this, this is a big deal. And I was like, and he goes, does what? I go, does this. And he goes, does what?
Oh, you danced around
And I'm
it.
going, look at what it says at the corner of the screen. And he goes, you can't tell me? I go, no, it's a whole long thing. I can't say it. And He goes, oh, okay. So he was like kind of following along, kind of not, and then he was in. And so we see him warming up we saw the 8th, and we see him warming up in the 9th. And you go, and of course he gives up, sadly, he gives up the hit on the first batter. And it was like, what an outing. What a bleeping outing. And then immediately people got in about the broadcasters jinxing him, people on social media jinxing him.
I know.
And then
I see that all the time.
And then sadly that people believe that they're never going to see a no-hitter ever again or in their lifetime with the Cleveland Guardians. And you know what? I got to tell you, like I've always said, like, hey, guys, they're going to win championship. Championships are won. It's going to happen probably in your lifetime. It's going to happen. I'm willing to say the Guardians and Browns will win a championship. If you're a person under 50 years old, they're going to win a title in your lifetime. Okay?
Before you get a no-hitter.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know if you're ever going to see a no-hitter.
Right.
I really don't know if you're ever going to see a perfect game.
When
That's
Jose,
off the
at start
mark.
of the 8th, when Jose was angling towards, in foul territory, towards the netting, when he caught the snow cone,
yeah.
that the first time I saw
That's when I thought it was going to
said,
now.
This
I was
is
like,
happening.
this is happening.
There's
Exactly.
There's one of your
Exactly,
plays. I mean, obviously, early in the game, you had Quan, time up his leap perfectly against the wall.
Forgive my ignorance, because it's usually Underwood, Manning, Andre. Who was the other voice that was there? Does anybody know the other voice? I'm sorry. I should have asked before the show. If anybody knows, let me know, because I never saw it. I never heard it. And the other voice, maybe it was Chris Jimenez, I'm guessing. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. They wondered whether or not the net guided it down into his glove, and then the replay showed it didn't. But they wondered at first, and I go, there better not be something tomorrow where they're going, well, actually, because of the net and whatever. I didn't want any of that. But I felt the same way you do. When Jose caught, I go, oh my God, this is really going to happen. This is really going to happen. It was as exciting as it could
Yeah,
get.
because your whole life, anytime you had seen these when it was, even though we haven't had a straight through starting pitcher no-hitter for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
The last one we had was in 2024, and that was assisted by bullpen.
Yeah.
So, there were a couple of years there where it seemed like there was one every week.
Yeah, there was a year where the Guardians, I think it was Francona's last year, they got no-hit three
Three
times.
times?
Yeah.
Could that be?
And
Was it really
everybody,
three?
I mean, there was a ton of no-hitters. That was 2023, yeah.
I really thought it was going to happen. And then when it didn't happen at first, what a roller coaster of emotions. Because when it didn't happen, I'm like, what a great outing by this kid. And we've been touting him. The whole show's been touting him like, this guy's going to be the number one someday. This guy's going to be the ace on this staff. Just look at him. Just wonderful. And everybody's like, well, he kind of obviously Zach got in and goes, your son's having a really nice outing today. Because there is some physical similarities there. He's much lighter than I am. And then Cade Smith comes out, and then I went from what a great outing, what a great night, what are we going to do talking about it tomorrow? How are we going to mix it in the folds? We got game 1 coming up Saturday. We got I'm thinking about show stuff because you start 4-0. And then Cade Smith comes in and brings a can of gasoline with him, and then I'm just going, well, now we just got to win the game. And when bases were loaded, that fly ball went out there to right field. I think I heard Axel say the F word. I'm not sure about it. I'm supposed to not let him do it, but I'm pretty positive he was sitting over at my desk and said it because I thought that thing was going out, and I thought it was going to be hell on earth. I thought it was going to be absolutely, positively hell on earth. And so I know we're all worried about Cade Smith. We'll get to Cade Smith, I'm sure. What a terrifying ordeal at the end of that game.
Oh, I know.
But
yeah.
They ended up winning. Everything was fine, and what an outing by
crazy.
Parker Messick.
There were 21 no-hitters from 2021 up until 2024. So it was no longer some crazy, once-in-a-lifetime experience.
We had segments about it. Are you as impressed with a no-hitter as you used to be?
The cycle. We'd throw it out there. Isn't the cycle more impressive?
Mm-hmm.
Spider Tack era, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. And then they got rid of the Spider Tack.
Yeah.
It's become. I think the hitting's got better. I've seen I follow some of the people who like Alex Fast and Sawchek, who really cover baseball, Latta and everybody, and they just talk about how different pitching is than what it was in the 70s and 80s and 90s, and they've wondered that's part of the reason why we don't make a big deal about batting average anymore because it's so much harder to hit now. But I think the hitting has got better. guys have been called up younger. Pitchers are younger now coming up. The hitters are younger coming up. I mean, you saw guys drafted, not a shot at Travis Bazzana, but you've seen a lot of guys drafted in the same draft class as Travis Bazzana just a couple of years ago, and they're in the bigs. And Travis will be in the bigs here shortly, but they're up there. And so it's just a different game. You've sped up the game. You've made changes. So I think it's easier to kind of get in a pitcher's head and get a bat on a ball and just poke one out there and get going. But the outing last night was absolutely outstanding. I don't want to stop short. However, I gotta bring this up. Do you believe in the jinx thing when it comes to this stuff?
No.
Okay.
But yet, at the same time, just because I don't believe in it
doesn't mean I'm going to sit there and tempt the fate.
I still think there's some gamesmanship
I'm the
with
same way. Like, guys, I don't think Bob Feller's sitting up there in heaven going, Underwood better shut his mouth or I'm done with this. I don't know, man. He's a pretty big baseball purist. Maybe he is. I'm not sure about that. But I'm sure there's some other people in heaven trying to talk him out of it right now. Like, hey, why don't you relax? It's 2026 down there. Why don't you cool off? Maybe it's that way. But I immediately, Tom Hamilton jinxed it. Matt Underwood jinxed it. The TV broadcast jinxed it because they were showing it in the corner. I'm going, I don't think that actually is true. I don't believe in any of that hocus pocus. But I still would not say it to Axel. I wouldn't say it. I wasn't going to tweet it. I wasn't even going to come close to it on social media.
Like
when Jose made the catch, it was just about Jose's catch. That's all it was.
At its core, they haven't changed at any level of baseball. That has not changed on the field. Right? Guys do not talk to the dude that's dealing. They don't talk to him. They don't acknowledge him.
They don't go, hey, look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, this isn't fun chatter. Those guys are still superstitious. So because of that, I do think most broadcasters tend to honor that. Now, Tom Hamilton has been doing it. He's a Hall of Famer. He's been doing it his way a long time, and he's very open about how he's going to address it. But as long as you're consistent, but it is interesting that we're the one team that has this drought.
Well, because I don't sit there and I'm not going to sit there and blame Matt Underwood or Tom Hamilton for it at all. So how would you do it? Like, I did baseball. I don't think I ever got close to that situation in the 2 years I did the Arrows. I never got close to it's the minor league. So guys are pitching 4, 5, 6 innings out there. They're getting their work in and trying to move up. You never got close. Like, I remember, I think Rob before me, I'm sure Jim Clark has had a couple down there, and I don't know. I have no idea how I would handle such a situation because you're on the radio. They can only hear you, so you kind of got to find a way to describe the situation without blowing
around it.
Yeah. So the only way I guess I would dance is like, well, there's something that doesn't happen often here at the ballpark today, and if you go and you go, the team they're playing has no hits, no runs, no hits, and no errors through 7. Maybe you would just keep saying something like that and hope that people get the hint. But I don't know if people are going to get the hit anymore. It's 2026.
Well, if you're going to say they have no hits, you might as well just say he's in the middle of a no-hitter.
But you didn't say it like that.
Owen.
You didn't say it like that, though. I didn't say it like that. You find ways to dance around it. You can't just plead the fifth.
That's not dancing around it.
You're the play-by-play guy.
If you say the team they're playing against has no hits, that's not dancing around it.
Oh, I think it's dancing around it. I think I've
literally just said they have no hits.
I think I've danced around
no
it.
hits.
No, I said that they have no runs.
Dancer, then.
They have no runs, no hits, no errors. I'm just reading the box score. That's all I'm doing. Right? That's all I'm doing.
No. You either have to be all in on the jinx or not.
All right. So they have zeros across the board.
I do agree.
There
I
you
agree
go.
with Owen.
Zeros. Okay. Zeros across the board.
Goose eggs. Yeah.
Now, can I say that if it's a perfect game, can I say nobody has reached first base for the Baltimore Orioles? Can I say that?
You'd say they have not had a runner on the base paths.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank God. I just want to know what the rules are.
Arrows games anymore.
Yeah.
For a couple of reasons.
I never got close. Well, yeah, true. Well, I don't know. It was fun. I had a lot of fun.
I like the team name better now.
You say, well, there are 7 ways to get to first base without a hit.
Hey, I'm more passionate.
And then you'd list each 7.
You'd go through the bevy of ways.
And then for some reason your board op would be there and be like, why is he here? And then he'd hit the power ring music and you go top 3 ways.
Fielder's choice.
Okay.
Walk.
Yep. Can of corn.
You've got the error, the hit by pitch.
What are we power ranking again?
I have
Ways
no
to
clue.
get to first without a hit.
Oh,
So you're dancing around it.
blowing the call at the end of it, like what happened with the Tigers pitcher years ago.
That's a good one. Catcher's interference.
That's a good pull, Lima.
Is that all of them?
There you go. John's giving you.
drop
You've
third,
got the
drop third strike.
Yeah.
you got the John seal of approval.
Yeah, John thinks he's Peter
Congratulations.
Gammons up there, so congratulations to you, Tone, on all your success. John's got you covered. Had he had done it, how high up on Cleveland sports things that you've seen does it go? Cavs championship's number one, obviously.
Because it's here, it would feel elevated. Now, we're not going to act like it was a sellout crowd and that it was in prime time.
That's the beauty of it,
was-
because if you would have done it, there's like 800,000 people who said they were there, and there was 14,000
And how many people,
listed.
because of either the weather forecast, said, you know what?
A lot of people didn't think they were going to get a game.
We're skipping this one.
Yep.
And so because of
Yep.
that, you miss out on something that we have been waiting for quite literally. See, John has no idea. It had just gotten to the point where we don't even mention the drought anymore because it's been so long, and we just assumed it's never going to happen. But it has been something that has plagued. We go to the playoffs. So playoffs are easy for the Guardians. A no-hitter is right next to winning a World Series.
The no-hit, the perfect game, like you never have seen it. Like I would say,
Well, he was one. I mean, he only had not the minimum, but he was one above the minimum going into the ninth.
Someone
right?
had the count. It's been 16,000 some odd days since Len Barker did it. And
81, yeah.
81. And I got to tell you, I think it would probably be right underneath Rajai Davis's home run. As far as like Cleveland sports are concerned, right?
And the only thing is it's tough because I have so many incredible Indians, mostly Indians / Guardians, things that I will remember forever that I don't know at my age. Like maybe had it have happened earlier in my life, my formative
Like
years.
the Albert Bell Grand Slam's got to be.
The Tony Pena. Like there's so many moments from my youth that just because it happened when I was younger, stuff now when you've got other stuff going on, and you got real responsibilities.
Wayne Kirby, the first game, first actual game. I know there was a scrimmage like with the Pirates or something before that, but the first game, the
Bill
opener.
Clinton at the first.
Yeah,
That's
like
right.
that's. I remember I watched it at Grandma's house.
So
I remember exactly where it was.
I don't know at my age the no-hitter in today's day and age would matter to me the way that. So if we're talking about moments, I guess full games. But how many full games are you? I know Ken watches 1,000 full games a
It'd
year
probably
now.
be different if Mason was 8 years older,
Ooh,
6
I
years
like that.
older. I
You know
think
what?
it'd
Then
be
I
big diff-
Yeah,
big
so
difference.
you had a chance to watch it with your son
With
and
Axel.
explain the magnitude. That's true. That's a great point, Owen. I do think that would resonate more.
Because they don't pay attention to
But
like
really-
no hitters and stuff like when we were kids.
Let's just blame this all on Mason.
Yeah.
Oh, everything.
Oh, I'd blame it on his whole family. I blame everything on
There we
him
go.
about the people around him. I just don't like to blame
Glad
him.
we came to that conclusion, guys.
I'd be a terrible therapist. I'm a total enabler of Anthony Lima. Coming up at 9 o'clock this morning, Nathan Zegura going to join us on the show. 8 o'clock this morning, we have Cavs tickets to give away. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference playoffs against the Toronto Raptors. That's tomorrow at 1. So we have tickets to give away. Game 2.
We have Game 2
Okay,
tickets.
Game 2 tickets. I beg your pardon.
Written
Game
wrong.
2. Okay. Well, hey, not my fault. All right, I'll take that. All right, we have Game 2 tickets
Therapist
to give
Ken.
away coming up at 8 o'clock. All right, coming up in 5 minutes. I want to get back to Parker Messick coming up here in a little bit. Obviously, we got some Andrew Berry to play for you because when you say that tackles are tackles to this fan base, it's just the wrong thing to say. I'm sorry. And the fan mock draft was every bit as psychotic as we hoped for. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, live on the Fan.
money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit Pella.com.
The good news, no major problems on the roadway so far on a Friday morning. The bad news is you got an extra challenge of a dense fog advisory. Jeff Thomas, Odyssey Cleveland Traffic.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Coming in hot, 9:45 this morning. Also, Cavs tickets, a giveaway to Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Playoffs. First round against the Toronto Raptors. That would be coming up on Monday for everybody involved. We'll get back to Parker Messick coming up here shortly. Fan mock draft was last night. It was every bit as psychotic as you would think it is. The board is right behind you. So I have to kind of look around you here as we're in the studios and I'm looking behind Tone. I know you can watch us on YouTube Live for absolutely free. 92.3 The Fan. Also, don't forget, set your alarm, 5 a.m. on Monday, getting ready for Game 2, going over Game 1. Jeff Thomas, the beginning of the Fan warm-up show starts Monday morning at 5 a.m. And considering what I heard this morning on the way in, thank God. Anyway, good for Joe. We love Jeff. And I mean that. Thank God. Anywho, Kenyon Sadiq was taken number 9. Cleveland traded out at number 6, correct?
Yes.
This was at Game On in North Olmsted yesterday.
And somehow we ended up with a starting quarterback and 3 players.
We traded with the Chiefs. So the fan mock draft, if you don't know about it, we've been talking about it for a month. But it's a yearly event where fans get teams. You call in, you win a team. You're the general manager of that team.
Well, fans get liquored up.
Yeah.
And then start
that's where I
making
was going
trades.
with. That's where I was going with it. So Lima and I are actually the people. Lima was the first MC, the first ever fan mock draft, which that was over in where? Northfield, I think it was.
Oh, yeah.
It was amazing. Sadly, we lost a person here at the Fan who took it very seriously and thought it was a complete insult to everything he did. However, it was a lot of fun. And it's only become more unhinged as time goes on. And now with the internet and now with social media, there are people who at first either think that we make the picks, and so they think that we're serious about this, or they take it as a real barometer of how fans think. And I go, it's only a real barometer of how fans think if they've had a bucket of beers and probably a few shots, and then they go up there. Guys, when somebody's trying to trade their wife to get back into the first round, not the most serious enterprise. However, I did want to defend him because I went back and looked over the board last year. We're talking liquored up fans here. All right? People were upset. I was looking over some of the responses online because it went. Barstool picked it up last year, the whole thing. And I was looking at some of the responses, and Vikings fans were beside themselves that somebody would have the audacity to take Will Howard. This is last year's draft. And I'm going, right. Who do you think you'd rather play right now, Will Howard or J.J. McCarthy? The Jets, whoever had the Jets at the last fan mock draft, took Harold Fannin Jr., which I had to reply to somebody I like on social media, which those reactions are brought to you by
Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
6:29 and 11 seconds for those scoring at home. I brought up to somebody I like on social media. I go, it just goes to show you, Harold Fannin Jr., who played like a first rounder and was taken by whoever had the Jets.
Heck yeah.
That somebody who absolutely was near the legal limit or over the legal limit last year picks better than the actual Jets. That Harold Fannin Jr. went there. But this is insanity. I told John to get his headphones, and I don't know if he's coming back in here or not. Maybe he got busy or something like that.
Oh, I thought you just wanted me to stay in where I was.
No,
I'm going to come back in then.
Get down here and get on the camera here. I wish I could have Joey in, but Joey's got to run the camera.
Yeah, so it sounded like an absolute party.
Yeah.
Seemed like a lot of fun, and we had staffers there. I couldn't make it, Kenny. I had babysitting duties.
Yeah, I saw what you had to do. The team that had – was it the team who had the Saints? His wife had to go because he was sick. Was that the one? Whoever has the Saints, the number 3 overall pick, took Drew Aller at number 3 overall in a trade with Arizona.
That woman's a keeper.
So they were – well, if you're willing to commit and – like she said her husband had told her to make this pick.
Oh, okay.
So
she got the phone call.
She continued to go with complete chaos. Somebody, again, tried to trade their wife to get back into the first round. The Browns are back. Now, look, we got 3 first-round picks out of here. I can't see Tone behind Tone. So we took Mekhi Lemon at number 17 overall. However, there was a trade involved with Detroit where we got that pick, and Jared Goff is now a Cleveland Brown.
So we don't have Lemon.
Well, it says Mekhi Lemon, so I imagine they traded us Jared
that's
Goff.
The Lemon law.
That's what I was wondering. You had to give it back?
They traded us Jared Goff, and whoever had the Browns got back into the first round. They have Dominic Zavada, who is, I believe, the Michigan kicker.
Yes.
So we took a kicker at the end of the first round there, and it says Kelsey next to it.
Did we
trade Browns got Travis Kelce?
We got Travis Kelce out of the mock draft. Okay.
Or Donna. Who did we get? Which Kelsey did we get?
Well, she's from Cleveland, so you always have Donna Kelce. But I think we got Travis Kelce, and Jason Kelsey's out golfing somewhere. And I didn't see. Where's the other pick, Tone? We had 3 of them. Oh, there it is. Caden Proctor at 22, which is actually a realistic kind of pick.
We cleaned up.
Because at 23, I follow WIP, our sister station in Philadelphia. And they took Blake Miller at number 23, and I swear to God, their afternoon show yesterday was talking about taking Blake Miller at number 23 overall. So whoever went there must have had no beers and was all business when they were getting ready to make that pick, because that's a legitimate pick that the Eagles might make next week.
Yeah, so I guess what I wonder is, what does the Jared Goff trade, what does that mean? Because now we have to approach this like it really happened and break it down analytically.
Well, I want to.
What does the Goff thing mean for Shedeur?
Oh, well.
Is Shedeur staying? Is he going? Is Shedeur asking for a trade?
We got ourselves a real controversy on our hands. I mean, we got an old person there coming in. You got Shedeur there. We got a real. You want to talk about a 3-way quarterback competition? Did anybody trade? You were there last night, because I'm going to get to John here in a moment about his pick. Did anybody try to trade Dylan Gabriel away?
No.
So we got another 4-quarterback competition.
That's too many.
Great.
Guys, did you not
traded
learn
Shedeur? They traded Shedeur to the Chargers.
Oh, they did?
Because Justin Herbert was on the Browns for like 5 seconds, and then they traded Justin Herbert for Jared Goff.
Oh, my God.
Well, there was some wheeling and dealing.
Oh, my God.
All right, Shedeur fans,
Did
how do you
somebody
feel
buy
about
him a
this?
shot for Justin Herbert? Because
wait a second.
Plenty of players have been exchanged for booze.
Was there not anybody in attendance to look up the interests or to protect the interests of Shedeur Sanders? What were these people anti-Shedeur that were there at the bar? Was this not a good representation of the fan base and the key demographics of the fan base?
I'm not sure. Not sure about that. That's pretty. Would you rather have Justin Herbert or Jared Goff? Like, who the hell traded Justin Herbert away and gave us Jared Goff? Justin Herbert is like, the media loves him a little bit too much. Like we talked about that,
right.
But he's younger.
Got Jared Goff and a pick, right, for Justin Herbert.
I think that's
and the first-round pick.
But he's still younger, and
Goff's 31 now.
Goff's only 31. Yeah. Jeez, it feels like he's 77 years old. Justin Herbert's only a few years younger.
He's got 14 more years in the league.
Yeah. Okay, maybe it wasn't such a bad trade after all. Okay. I like Jared Goff. He's played in the Super Bowl.
Played in 2 Super Bowls.
Oh, my God, that's right.
1 Super Bowl.
No, one Super Bowl. That's right. Played in the NFC Championship
2
game?
NFC Championships.
That's it. Thank you very much. So I brought John in for a reason. Now, Joey's got to run the camera, but John and Joey also had a team. Somebody didn't show up. There's always a couple of people who don't get to get there. And like the guy who was sick, he sent his wife in his stead, which is outstanding stuff. But there's also John and Joey, who I guess walked up
as a tag
side
team?
by side as a tag team, like they were the Rougeau brothers.
So I saw some people online comparing them to Ace and Gary when they made their way up.
Anywho, you guys went up there and made the pick together.
Yep.
And who did you guys pick for the Baltimore Ravens? What number was that?
It was for the LA Rams at 14. We picked quarterback / tight end Taylor Green.
Wait, they made.
You have the Rams or the Ravens?
The Rams pick.
You made the Rams pick.
Yeah.
Okay, so you took Taylor Green. I'm sorry, I thought it was the Ravens pick. You took Taylor Green at number 14 overall.
Yup.
So who is he?
Why would you do such a thing?
Is he the new Taysom Hill? What is?
I just thought it was. We thought it was
Probably.
funny. Everybody was doing like crazy picks. Some guy picked like a long snapper out of John Carroll.
Yes.
Yeah,
but that's a fan. You're supposed to be above that. You're supposed to take it seriously.
You're supposed to absolutely, as a representative of the station, you're supposed to be a football guy at the draft.
You should have been like the ownership when we hired Freddie Kitchens and they didn't go up to the podium, and John Dorsey was up there at the podium. Was it your decision to take Taylor Green, or was it John?
We were
or was it
spitballing.
Joey's?
We definitely were not going to make a serious pick. We definitely were not.
Well, clearly not. You were taking Taylor Green.
But weren't you concerned that would throw the rest of the draft board into chaos. Because again, if we can't rely on you to take this seriously, this is an extension of the show. How do we know you're gonna appropriately address the different issues and manage the things that come up during the show?
Yeah, how are you going to do this? Joey is here now. Hello,
how
Joey.
Do we know? Hold on. I'm being very serious, John. I mean, you're not past your probationary period yet. How about last night, Nathan Zegura coming in hot? I mean, is this a joke? Did you treat this seriously and with the dignity and respect at our show?
Yeah.
Of course I did.
A ratings juggernaut and award winner.
I love how your sheet looks and how my sheet always looks. Now I have to pull my sheet to show everybody on YouTube.
How am I supposed to do a radio show?
My sheet right there. Yeah, he doesn't even care. So what made you guys pick? What made you guys pick Taylor Green?
Well, Joey wrote the name down.
Well, so
Joey wrote the. Now we're already blaming the other person. This is Cody Kessler all over again. This is great. This is fantastic.
Well, is Matt Stafford going to play forever?
Well, I mean, he might. He played with a broken back all last year, so he might not be human.
But at some point, you have to start looking towards the future. And I believe John last night. Now this might.
So you picked Taylor Green as your future of the LA Rams.
But now this might have been the Modelo talking, but John did say that Sean McVay can turn anybody into a good quarterback.
That I do believe. I think Sean McVay can do anything.
Interesting.
Now,
okay, that's not bad. I mean, Sean
show
McVay,
up for the picture.
Sean McVay does a lot of good stuff. That's okay. That's a fair argument, but you didn't see anything else out of anybody else. You decided to go with Taylor Green.
Well, Drew Aller was already off the board at that point, so we didn't really know what to do.
Listen to Heidelberg's own right here.
Yeah, Joey played college football.
I was going to say, can we draft Joey?
That would have been a pick.
Well, Joey's not eligible now. He's already been out of the league for a while, or out of college football for a while.
Over a year. Yeah.
Over a year, yeah. Joey's not eligible.
Hold on. You can't be a graduate now. You're working on your graduate degree. You can't get that extra year of eligibility.
No, the transfer portal denied me.
He didn't get the waiver through.
I guarantee he looked. Anyway, Taylor Green, huh? Okay.
He's got a high ceiling.
Did you guys so you said he wrote it down. Did you secretly want somebody else?
No, I didn't care. I thought it was funny. I wanted to pick somebody funny.
Well, you really are like the Browns. We just don't care. We just wanted to pick somebody funny.
Who did all the talking last night when you guys went up? Because you guys went up there together, right?
Yeah, well,
you finish each other's sentences.
Sandwiches.
Your dad was there, Joey?
My dad was there, yeah.
Outstanding.
We had a great time.
It
was a great
It was
event.
really fun.
Well, hold on.
fun.
Now, young John was complaining. He thought it would just be endless Bud Light for everybody.
Well,
John was upset he didn't get a bunch of
Bud Light. I thought it was going to be a lot of Bud Light there.
And wait,
you got to wake up early in the morning. You've had a bit of a problem with that, John. So I don't know if you should be having a bunch of Bud Light at night at 7 o'clock at night before you got to come
I had
in.
one beer last night.
Oh, okay.
It's all good.
You were able to show up on time today. That's fantastic. See, this is why you got to hang out with us a little bit more.
Him and McVay do have more in common than you think.
Son, if you're going to hoot with the Owls at night, you better be able to soar with the Eagles in the morning. I mean, look at Owen. How many did he have last night? Here he is. He was here before all of us.
To be here in the
Hell
morning.
yeah, brother. That's 12 years of the Air Force right there telling you. All right. Well, congratulations, boys, on the wildest pick I think I've seen in quite a while.
Thank you.
The Taylor Green, Lima had a hot take about Taylor Green he wanted to throw in there months ago, and we never did it.
Might be time to bring it back.
I don't even remember it. What was
You
that?
didn't want him to be a quarterback.
Oh,
Nobody does.
That's why we put quarterback / tight end.
On my
but
thing,
you're not allowed to say that about anybody anymore.
on my sheet, I had actually written Lima next to his name to remember that you wanted to talk about him and have a great big argument about him. But either way, well,
Just
I'm glad
looking
you
out
guys
for his
had a good
career,
time.
that's all.
And I'm glad everybody else who went out to Game On in North Olmsted had a fabulous time over there at Game On at the fan mock draft, which I'm sure will be getting killed throughout the rest of the day on social media. Well done, John. Well done, Joey. Thank you so much for your participation in it. Even though, what Eagles jersey were you wearing?
Cooper DeJean.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? That's a good jersey.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, he's a good
Super
player.
Bowl patch.
But he couldn't have gone a little bit.
What?
Brian Dawkins.
I don't have a Dawkins jersey. I only have Saquon and like an old Carson Wentz.
Yeah, that's a Browns fan of me talking. I don't trust a lot of current players. So it's like, you get a Joe Thomas jersey and you move on. All right, John, Joey, thank you guys very much. 9 o'clock this morning, Nathan Zegura going to join us on the show. Remember, the fan warm-up show starts Monday morning, 5 a.m. Jeff Thomas, the great one, the venerable Jeff Thomas, getting you set for Game 2 of the Eastern Conference playoffs and also going over Game 1. And tackles are tackles, quote-unquote, is not something you say to this fan base. That's in 5 on the Fan.
because a lot of folks dealing with some dense fog this morning, so be careful out there as visibility not what it's supposed to be. Jeff Thomas, Odyssey Cleveland Traffic.
This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
An acceptable length of the Cavs-Toronto series coming up at 7 o'clock. And also, if you're watching on YouTube Live, what's in the box? Because there's a box that's visible over here, a package, a closed present for somebody here at the Fan that I'm looking at. It's wrapped very nicely. That coming up at 7:02. Andrew Berry spoke yesterday. First off, Andrew, do you keep people guessing?
I would like to sit here and say that, I have this, generated strategy to, I'll be honest, I usually just tell you guys the truth and you guys don't believe me. There are some things I'm just not going to talk about publicly, obviously, because they impact strategy. But I really think the biggest thing is just being flexible to opportunities that can help the organization. And I think that, hey, here's an opportunity that we didn't anticipate was coming down the pike, but this is actually better than what our plan A was. Let's pivot to plan B.
So if you're just telling me the truth and we don't believe you, then Travis Hunter is a generational talent and you just pass up on generational. I'm kidding.
Now, remember, though,
I'm kidding. It was the right thing to do.
There was a report, I think, a week ago. Was it somebody from the McAfee show weighed in and said that the Browns legitimately would have taken Travis Hunter? And so all year,
I thought it was Schefter who said they might have, legitimately.
So,
taken
and who knows? Maybe again that the intention of that is to prop up whoever they talk about the most this year, again to make people think that that's who they want.
I'm going to derail you for a second because he talked about that generational talent stuff, and he doesn't believe in it.
I don't really throw around the whole generational thing because the thing I have a tough time with is every draft cycle. Do you not hear this person's a generational process? By definition, that's not possible. We should be saying that every 20 years, but we literally say it every year at the top of the draft.
He says the same thing every single fan has ever said in a bar right there. Why? How come all these guys are generational? You guys throw that word around way too much, and absolutely guilty as charged. But I thought he said that about damn Travis Hunter last season. Either way, we can uncover that because we got to get to what he said about the tackles here because I'm gonna turn heel on myself here because I agree with him. I just don't know if you could say it to this fan base out loud. First off, here's Andrew Berry on the tackle position and switching guys.
Every player is unique. I think certainly it's a good offensive line group. We see this every year, but some players that are, college tackles may move inside just because of, their physical characteristics, whether it's athleticism or length or something along those lines. You really do take it case by case because I don't think there's necessarily a one size fits all.
And here is Andrew Berry a little bit further about he doesn't have to be a left or right tackle.
Tackles are tackles. You're looking for certain characteristics because they've all got to be able to protect on an edge. Top rushers are not staying on one side of the ball, so we really do analyze it, within the aggregate position.
So I don't fully agree with him. We saw Tristan Wirfs switch sides. That's the most famous one of success. But we are going to I don't think we should just close it off because of history, but you're talking to a fan base that you try to do it with DeJuan Jones. DeJuan is openly uncomfortable with moving from left to right tackle. And, of course, famously, you did it with Jed Wills and Jed Wills. And now, I do believe that Jed Wills was more of a work ethic problem before the injuries, things like that, the pain management stuff, things that I had to apologize to Daryl because I attacked Daryl on years ago, and I had to apologize to him on the air about it. I think that this is a different situation. I say this because I'm a proponent, if they're going to stay where they're at 6 and 24, I'm a proponent of taking Carnell Tate at 6, and then I'm a proponent of taking Blake Miller at number 24 overall, which, again, I brought up the WIP audio from the afternoon show there where Hugh Douglas, former Eagle, was talking about, you can take Blake Miller and then bump him inside if you want to. So we're talking about guys all over the offensive line. I just don't know if you could say that because, Andrew, they don't trust you. They just don't trust you. If it were, I think if it were if it were Mason Lima as the new general manager of the Cleveland Browns, you're a brand new first-year general manager, and you said the same thing, there'd be some people going, they did that with Jed Wills, and people were going, that was Andrew's picks. This isn't Mason Lima's picks. You could feel that way, and I think a lot of teams are starting to feel that way about offensive linemen. And even I've been pretty stuck in the mud about this. I've changed my tune about a lot of this, especially I'm taking a guy first round for crying out loud. but I don't know if you can admit that out loud. I think it's a touchy fan base here, especially with those words coming from him, Tone.
It is. I just, when Andrew Berry talks, like he says, wait, why didn't you guys actually believe me? I do think this is the most fun part of the job. I know there's anxiety and there's anxiety year round, but I actually think this is the most fun part of the job and strategizing. And when people say, oh, they're just trying to be the smartest guys in the room. Yeah, that's 32 GMs. 32 GMs are figuring out a way to gain an advantage over everybody else because this is the most important time. And they know a lot of it is a crapshoot too. But you're dealing with intel on all these other teams that draft around you, and you kind of got to do this based on the entire league. And it's so funny to hear when the Albert Breers or the Daniel Jeremiahs or some of the insiders too, they say, we're hearing that this team is really big on this. Well, you have to weigh all that stuff you're hearing, and then how much of it is subterfuge, right? How much of this is just total blowing smoke to try to throw people off the scent. And I think that's the most fun part of the job. And then Andrew Berry has to come on a week before the draft and try to pretend to tell you things that matter, when in his mind, he knows they're dealing with intel that are closely guarded secrets.
Real quick, does he make you want to take a tackle or less likely to want to take a tackle there? 5 seconds.
Probably less, but...
Something we're going to have to talk about with Nathan Zegura at 9 o'clock, and obviously we're going to discuss that again in 5 minutes, as well as what's in the box, because there's a box here, a wrap present in this studio. And also, coming up at 7:22, folks, if you think you hated the Browns last year, just get a load of what Todd Monkin had to say about him. That's at 7:22 on The Fan. Window Nation, get a load of what I got to say about Window Nation right now. Saving.
shoot the three ball particularly well. They do have some size to themselves. They play a little street ball at times, but like they're just not even close to the caliber of this Cavs team.
The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You know, tackles are tackles. You're looking for certain characteristics because they've all got to be able to protect on an edge. Top rushers are not staying on one side of the ball, so we really do analyze it, within the aggregate position.
Nobody jinxed Parker Messick. That coming up in about last night in 45 minutes on the Fan. You just heard Andrew Berry there, which Lima admitted that makes him less likely to want to tackle when he hears Andrew Berry say that, which is interesting. That is your history playing into it.
Probably, yeah.
Because our own emotions, it's been so bad with the Browns, our own emotions go against our common sense. Like you said yesterday I was going, well, do we just want more picks in 2027 when Andrew may or may not be here? And you had brought it up. You go, well, why do you want less picks in 2026, Kenny, where you don't think it's that great of a draft and you don't think Andrew Berry did a really good job last year, but history would go against him. Why wouldn't you want more wax instead of less? Because if you have less chances to get players, that means you got to get those players right. If you go out and draft 15 players in the draft and 10 of them are garbage, but you hear 5 of them are great, hey, that's great. The guy did a good job. Because that would be still 5 great players out of a draft. That'd be incredible. And then you said that, and I go, you know what? That's a hell of a point. I need to adjust my thinking there. And then here we are today. He's going, well, tackles are tackles, and it scares you away from taking tackles, where I think it comes off a little arrogant, but general managers are all arrogant. They're all egotistical. But the other thing is that there is a history there where you took DeJuan Jones, still a 4th-round guy. Mm-hmm. But the 1st-round guy you took, Jed Wills, but a guy like Tristan Wirfs that win the same draft, he's been a wild success story, switching from one side to the other.
Yeah, that switching part of it, I wish it were the case that a lot of these guys were more flexible, right? Mm-hmm. That they could be more versatile and just show up anywhere on an offensive line. But it seems like over time, especially depending on if you have a left-hand quarterback or not, that it does make a difference. And guys really struggle to pick up the intricacies of having to move around on that line. And so what does that do? It delays the curve of their progression. Their joie de vivre, yes.
Sorry. Joie de vivre.
But you know what I mean? Like, you've been talking all along, how can you take an offensive lineman who's not ready-made, right away, and there might be more of a learning curve over time. Well, if you're then talking about having to take a guy who might not be even ready at the position that he excels at, and now you're changing the side that he has to go, and he has to understand the nuance of all that stuff, I do think that presents another challenge that you have to be cognizant of.
It absolutely is. Now, I'll defend the Blake Miller conversation that I've had, because some people are going, well, he's right tackle. I understand that, but he also obviously has extended experience from previously at left tackle as well. I do think when we're already talking about him with other teams, either bumping him in or switching him to left tackle like I've heard with other teams there, well, what's stopping us from doing it? Oh, yeah, because we took Jed Wills. He may not, now I'll say this, Blake Miller may not be the athlete Jed Wills is. Like, I want to use Tristan Wirfs as an example. I saw Tristan Wirfs jump out of a pool onto the side of a pool. That is athleticism you can't teach. I've never seen Blake Miller do that. I will tell you this. I will put my dog on the line, and you know what? I'll put Axel on the line. He upset me. I'll put Axel on the line. I'll put a kid and my dog on the line. That Blake Miller will work way harder than Jed Wills was ever willing to work to be a quality left tackle in this league. I'm not comparing him to you-know-who, the greatest. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to say he's Munoz. I'm not going to say he's Joe. What I'm saying is that you're in a not-so-great draft. Do I want quality? Or in a draft that might be deeper at offensive line, then it might be a wide receiver in that case where you have Peter Schrager saying 5'6" wide receivers might come off the board like that. And then if you don't have a wide receiver after Carnell Tate, all of a sudden I'm taking not such the pick of the litter, but at least I got a good offensive lineman. So we'll still have the problems. This, to me, maximizes chances of finding a great player and a very good player and a draft that isn't so great. That's why I have that plan. I'm open-minded to just about anything. I saw Casey Conception's letter that he wrote. It really changed. I'm worried about the hands, but I'm going, okay, this is a fine young man.
Did he not use his hands to write the letter? What happened?
He actually writes with his toes. If he falls to you, that's fine. I'm not going to let Andrew Berry's comments scare my opinion on Blake Miller. That's where I'm at on it. How long is an acceptable length for this series with the Cavs and Raptors? Also, Todd Monkin, you're going to want to hear him coming up at 7:22. If you think how the Browns did, you hate how the Browns did last year, you got to hear Todd Monkin about it. How long is an acceptable length of this series for the Cleveland Cavaliers? I actually have some people in the internet, it's only the internet, but they have conversated about the Cavs before, get in and say that they think actually the Raptors could win it. Now, I don't. I think it's a 5-game series.
But now, who's saying the Raptors are going to win?
There's a few fans out there that are a little bit dour about it.
I've seen a few pundits say, hey, maybe it goes 6 or 7. Most are saying Cavs in 5 or 6.
Well, I've been hearing more about, Kenny, you need to respect Detroit more than I've been hearing about you need to respect Toronto more.
Yeah, Detroit should be respected. They're the number 1 seed. They won a lot of games without Cade Cunningham.
And it's going to be a physical series. Now, I think the Cavs are a bad matchup for them regardless of Cade Cunningham. But I did get some naysayers going, well, they're 0-3 against Toronto this year. They were 0-4 against Indiana last year. I go, well, yeah, but we didn't have James Harden when we lost those 3 games to the Toronto Raptors. Last time they played Toronto was late November. It's been a long time since you've played the Toronto Raptors. So I kind of throw that out in so many ways. Team's healthy now. What is an acceptable length of the series? Because some people say, guys, just win. Yeah, I'm talking about your emotions, though, because this has been a weird year. The team's 52-30. But people are down on them. They're a 4 seed, but people are down on them.
I'm not down on the healthy Cavs at all. I think when they're healthy, they're a totally different animal than anything we've seen basically this entire year.
I totally understand that. That's coming from you. We have had a weird year with Cavs fans. Mm-hmm. So if they go to 7 games and win that game against Toronto,
that would be problematic.
Exactly. I'm thinking a lot of people are going to be down on them.
Yeah, because
so I'm going, hey, you can't expect to sweep every. It's not LeBron back in the day in the Eastern Conference. I say a 5-game sweep. If it goes to 6, I think we'll get a few naysayers, but I'll take it. I think it's a 5-game series.
You should be worried if this series goes 7. You should be worried if it goes 6 and all the games are a coin flip in the fourth quarter.
Go.
You should be worried because
there's the answer I wanted to hear.
It's the tax on Donovan Mitchell when it comes to that. We've seen Donovan Mitchell on fumes basically when he's getting knocked out in the second round, and he's had to put the team on his back. The whole point of this roster right now, especially as healthy as they've been all year, they just had an actual practice. They've had James Harden for how many months now, and they finally had a practice where everybody was healthy. And it was a sight for sore eyes. Mm-hmm. If you listen to Kenny Atkinson and everybody around the organization.
He seems relieved. He really seems in the best place I've heard him all year.
I didn't know we'd get to see the team healthy. Yeah. So no excuses. They're healthy. They've got real playoff experience, so much more than all the teams are going to be going up against, with the exception of New York and Boston. So given all of that, you don't want this series going 6 or 7. You don't want this to be a hard-fought war. You don't want it to be, hey, they came out on the other side. They've learned so much about themselves. Nonsense. They need to try to dispense of the Toronto Raptors ASAP. So, my God, you'd love a sweep. You'd love 5 games. If it has to go 6, because sometimes series do go 6, they just are a little more competitive than you think they're going to be. But no, I don't want this to be a hard-fought 6 or 7 game series.
I think if somebody is saying that they are only results based on this, I think they might be protecting their feelings. Because I think Cavs fans want to feel really confident about their team. I think in sincerity, there's a lot of people who do not take Toronto extremely seriously. I take them seriously as a professional basketball team, clearly. But I think that this isn't Miami like it was last year, but you should win this series, and you should win this series in 5 games. And if they win it in 6 or 7 games, and it's like you said, if it's 6 and the games are tight, I think there's going to be some wishy-washy folks out there. If they win it in 7, I think that a lot of people are still going to be down about this team. I think they want to buy in. They want some positivity. They want to believe that they're going to the Eastern Conference Finals, because you and I have been fighting this battle for the last 2 months. There's a lot of people just flat out disagree and think that we are sticking our head in the sand about how good this basketball team is. You and I have been pro-Cavs, but there's been a lot of people thinking that we are full of it when it comes to how good this team really is and how deep they can go.
Yeah, by the end of this series, I do not want an Evan Mobley with all sorts of self-doubt, not knowing what his role is. I don't want a situation where we have no idea who should be starting and, more importantly, who should be closing. I don't need any of that. I certainly don't need Donovan Mitchell to re-aggravate anything. Jared Allen is, I think, the most banged up of any of the guys right now. And Jared Allen says, kind of, at least if he's being honest about his mindset, he understands he's going to have to play through pain. Well, he's under the microscope too, because obviously there are a lot of people that have labeled him soft and labeled him a not for prime time guy come playoff time, and he knows that. He is a very sophisticated a guy that opens up about his feelings and how he is. Well, the playoffs, we don't have a lot of time for feelings. And so I wonder if this stage, Jared Allen, he's just come to accept that he's going to have to deal with pain and manage that pain as best he can. But either way, outside of all of that, like, the Cavs are more talented. They have the best player in the series. Toronto poses some threats. They want to play fast. They score inside the paint. They especially if Emmanuel quickly doesn't go, it actually improves their defensive lineups, even though I don't know if where their points are going to come by. Brandon Ingram in a playoff series does have a couple good ones under his belt, but it's been few and far between based on the teams he's been on. And, he wants to take a lot of tough twos by all means. I think the Cavs would be okay with that, giving those up. And the Scotty Barnes matchup with Evan Mobley is personal at this point. Not because they hate each other or anything like that. It's because they've been compared to so often in their draft class. And Evan Mobley has had to hear now for a while that Scotty Barnes is the better player. And I think we have a chance in this series for a lot of that conversation to shut up.
Win Cavs tickets coming up at 8:02 to Game 2 of the Eastern Conference playoffs. And, folks, if you think you hated how the Browns did last year, wait until you hear what Todd Monkin thought of the 2025 Browns. That's in 5 minutes on The Fan.
can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. The best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Did Parker Messick get jinxed? And I saw some interesting opinions yesterday. I think some people are really running out of patience with Cade Smith. Now, everybody was watching that game last night, and they really wanted that game to at least be closed out with a win. And then old Cade brought out the tubs of gasoline with him out there on the pitcher's mound. And gas is expensive right now, and oh boy. Because I went from nervous for Parker Messick to extremely nervous for Cade Smith, because if that save would have been blown, that'd have been hell on earth. I'm telling you that right now. Would not have been a good time.
Would that have been worst loss of the year?
Yes, without a doubt. Honestly, you might already have to turn in the card for the entire season. I mean, my God. 4-0. You're cruising. Messick's doing wonderful. We might make history here. You give up the base hit. It's like, all right, well, it's been a great outing. Now we gotta save some time. We gotta get Cade Smith up, and then all of a sudden there's 2 on, nobody out. Cade Smith comes out, and now we got bases loaded, and we got to get going here. Yeah, that was a scary situation for everyone involved. So we'll talk more about that coming up at about last night at 7:44. Also, there is a wonderfully wrapped present in here.
Yeah, you gotta take a look.
And it says for afternoon. If you're watching on YouTube Live, go and click in 92.3 The Fan, absolutely free. It has Christmas wrapping on it. Flannel wrapping on it. Maybe it is Christmas. Maybe it's another holiday.
Well, there's a theme.
There's a theme for, okay. And it says there's a card attached to it. It says it's for Nick Wilson. Oh, God. It says it's for Nick Wilson, and the card says the afternoon drive, and you put, on the N, you wrote Nick, and then on the I in drive, of course, you have Wilson above it. So there you go.
Yeah, nothing personally for Jonathan. I think they'll understand once they have the unveiling. If they want to open it. If they don't want to open it.
Is this your gift?
If they want to deposit it in the receptacle, they are more than
Is this your gift to John or Nick, is what you're saying?
Nick, yes, because obviously we've had some fun. The shows have been going back and forth. And we don't
Bygone's gift?
We don't do the
I'd hope so.
We don't do the making bets, the old wagering with the mayors and everything when it comes to this stuff. But
Mayor should be wagering them new chairs.
Those are nice chairs. Like, say what you want.
Yesterday.
They always say
got double galloped on them chairs, boy.
Look good, feel good, sit good, mayor good. And
continue with the gift.
And a nice little trip.
Getting started.
Nice little trip to the Northeast.
Mayor good.
With 10 armed bodyguards. Anyway. At about
Does
5,000
anybody know
a day.
who he is in another city?
Well,
you need 10 armed bodyguards, huh?
Yeah, I mean they got to protect these guys.
Did you see
they're
the
our most
chief
valuable resource?
Did you see the guy who's the press guy or whatever? That guy Tyler is his name. Called him Princess Polensik.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That's beyond the pale.
Getting down and dirty at City Hall, boy. Go ahead.
As always, equal time if they want to come into the studio.
More than welcome.
Talk shop. But either way, I thought it would be.
Maybe we'll get new chairs.
I thought it would be. They probably got to get rid of ones that probably also cost $5,000 each. So
$2,200.
I'm more than willing to, have trade barbs with the afternoon show. That's what we do. Sometimes we get down and dirty. Other times we embrace and we hug it out and talk on the phone and gossip about Ken. We do all that fun stuff. But in this case, I thought it would be a nice gesture to properly get everybody ready for the postseason. So I have wrapped it up, the postseason present for Nick Wilson.
It's right next to your dirty old grocery bag that you bring your food in, so everybody can see it. Yeah, with your banana that you eat every day, and he eats the strings that are on the banana still. That's disgusting. Not disgusting is what you're going to hear from Todd Monkin, but he thought that the Browns play in 2025 was disgusting and minced no words about what he sees when he sees what he calls, well, I can't say it. I'll let him say it about bad football.
Your physicality, your effort, and your execution pop off the tape. Because that has nothing to do with what scheme you run. The way I like to say it is, as much as I love winning and I hate losing, I despise football. Like, absolutely despise that it doesn't look like you want it to look like. Like, where it's just like you got 10 on the field, you got 12, you're up against the clock, you don't have effort that you look for. It doesn't even look like you've practiced. There's nothing worse than that because it's a reflection of you. That is you out there. When Jimmy and Dee sign my check with my name on it, sign a check with my name on it, they expect a kick-ass football team. And my job's to prove them right every day. When I got paid at the last place I was at, they expected a kick-ass offense. And that was my job to try and prove that every day. That's what a player's job is. When they sign a check with their name on it, it's their job to prove it every day, just like all of us. That's our job.
If I can just brag here for a moment. Audio courtesy ESPN and Kevin Clark's This Is Football show. That second sentence he said about you don't even look like you bleep in practice is a sentence I've said to Owen about youth football.
Which
football
is a reflection on the coach.
Football guys, yeah.
Not about my team.
No, not about my team.
Not down with the horseshoe.
I was.
That's for damn
right.
sure.
We had a kick-ass football
It's
team.
a bigger program, Owen. Or Lima is a bigger program. Okay? All right? Now, I know Kirtland was able to go up there and beat D1ers. That's a different story. Was Tiger Laverde able to do it year one? No.
I'm
process.
more of a Jimmy's and Joe's guy.
I'm not an X's and O's guy. Look at me. Go ahead. What were you going to say about Todd Monkin?
So what's so interesting is that got me immediately thinking about how crazy the drop-off was in a lot of the stuff he just talked about over the 6 years of Kevin Stefanski.
Mm-hmm.
What separated Kevin Stefanski and what made a lot of us fall in love with him in the early years was, whoa, boy, they are lining up. Just the little things. They're lining up. They're getting plays in on time. They're looking competent with a very young quarterback, right, and some young players. And they look like they've practiced and practiced a lot. And it looks like they've optimized their time. While a lot of the other teams are struggling with COVID and how they're going to practice and getting on the Zoom meetings, like they looked smarter than everybody else. And then by the end, it looked the complete opposite. It looked like they had 10 guys at times on offense. It looked like they lined up with 12 guys out of the huddle on
and what
offense.
Todd Monkin says is why coaches are such control freaks. What Todd Monkin just said, that's why. What you just pointed out, that's why. Because Todd Monkin's better than that. Most coaches are better. Youth football coaches are better than that for crying out loud for the most part here. No one wants that to be a reflection. I mean, you're right. And Todd Monkin in 2019, some of the stuff that he says now, it's like, yeah, I guess I could kind of understand where I didn't think he was giving people game plans in 2019 in pre-games, but it's a close circle of people, coaches in the NFL. Todd Monkin has been around football for a very long time, even in 2019. Like, yeah, he probably was upset with the way things were going and was venting to other coaches at that time. And you just heard some of that venting and frustration that goes on. Go ahead.
Well, but it resonated. Obviously, every fan heard him. And what did they immediately do? Draw the comparisons to a coach before him that said nothing, that everything seemed toothless. Any of the attempts at accountability just went in one ear, out the other for not only the fans, but it seemed like the players. Nobody was being held accountable. And it's just, maybe at just a very base symbolic level, it sounded like you have a coach that is going to hold guys accountable. We'll see. We'll see if any of the tough talking actually matters, because we've had tough talking coaches come through the NFL, and that act wore thin very quickly. But just in terms, you knew the one thing about Todd Monkin, he was going to pass all the tests with flying colors when it came to communication in the early going.
At least with the fans.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that's my major concern. Like, we are getting closer and closer to the draft is coming up next week, so I know a lot of people are excited about that, but we're getting closer and closer to OTAs. And when I hear Todd Monkin say these things, like, I get excited. Like, I think any football fan gets excited about here. You say what you want to about cussing, things like that. I know we have fun with that, but honestly, that's a hell of a message. I mean, when he's saying that and talking about bleepy football, you look like you don't even practice, those type of things, that rubs everybody the wrong way. You don't have to have ever played football. That pointed out, I hope he's not writing checks he can't cash, because I'm an excitable person. And I've had a lot of people roll their eyes over the last 14 years, really my whole life, about guys I've been excited about. And he's saying a lot of the right things. And I remember Freddie came in and said a lot of the right things. And this is the only comparison I'll make, because I don't think that they're very comparable people, Freddie or Todd Monkin. But Freddie came in and said all them things, and then went out and committed 20 penalties. And only could accept 18 during the game, because there was 2 plays they committed 2 penalties. You look like you didn't practice, and you look like you weren't ready to go. It really looked like you thought this was going to be easy. Now, that was when Freddie was head coach, but Todd was here. So I hope you're not just writing checks that you can't cash, because we're all excited right now But I think a lot of fans are going to be going, hey, you still have some of the same players from last year. We have been arguing about this team's culture and getting it jump-started for how many years now? Because you admitted it yourself. Like there might be a time for Todd Monkin. I hate to point this out, and I hope I never have to do it. But I might have to use his words against him. Because if you're sitting there, keep that quote. Keep that quote right there. Keep the quote that he used when they show the team meeting. He's talking about the 2019 Browns and about how disorganized they were. Keep these quotes because I don't want to use it against him. But if you go out there and you commit a bunch of penalties and you have a bunch of pre-snap penalties, false starts, silly things where guys don't know where to line up, I have to use these words against you. Going, is this just lip service to a fan base? Do you really know what you're doing? Can you really bring people along with you? Because there's been guys who have come here. They all have the best of intentions, Anthony. But once you start practicing, once you start putting together games, you have to get people as close to on the same page as possible. Mistakes are going to happen. And sometimes they're going to happen at inopportune times. Guys try to make plays. They go a little bit different. It happens. I can understand some things. It's an imperfect game played by imperfect people. But damn it, if we still see some of the same crap we've been seeing, I'll put some of it on the players, absolutely. But you're out here talking tough in the month of April about how great this is going to be. Or, excuse me, how much more organized it's going to be. How much better football it's going to be. And damn it, it better be that way.
Well, think about Kevin.
Because I've been lied to with the best of intentions so many times over. I just can't keep believing every new coach who comes in here that it's going to be completely different and we're all going to be Camelot here soon.
I just remember, Kevin Stefanski very early on after they would lose a tough game or there would be questionable clock management, and he would say, that's on me. That's not on the players.
And it got old real quick.
And the first time you hear that, great, love it. Finally, some accountability. The second time that comes up, okay, I think he said that last week, but it's good. That's something to reinforce. By the 55th time, it's like, well, are you holding anybody accountable? Because eventually this is on you. Eventually, this is a direct reflection on you. And so it wore thin. And that's why, quite frankly, I think you saw guys like Myles Garrett rolling his eyes even after victories in the locker room when Kevin was trying to talk.
And part of the issue is that how many guys have we had who have been an assistant coach here and just taken over as head coach? We've had one, right? We made the argument for Greg Williams back in the day. He didn't get the job. It was Freddie Kitchens who got the job. We made the argument for Jim Schwartz. Now, his defense was fine. We didn't have to worry about his defense as fans. But I just got to point this out, and this is coming from me, and I know I'm a rah-rah homer guy. Well, you've been through how many coaches since 99, starting with Chris Palmer? That means that all these guys who came in saw tape previously and said, this is bleepy football, and this needs to change. And what did we all get in the end? More bleepy football that didn't change. Now, I can't put it all on a head coach. These guys get paid a lot of money to play the game, so I'm going to have to put some of it on the players as well. But there's been so many coaches who have come through here, and they've seen tape of the year that was there before, from Pat Shurmur on, everybody, and they go, this is disorganized, this is bad, this needs to change, whatever things that they thought of when they took that job. And Todd Monkin's just the latest in line. How can I trust that it's going to change? How can I? There's nothing they can do except go out there and practice and play the games and look as good as possible in practice. There's going to be things that happen in practice that, again, not every day is going to be your best day out there in the practice field. I totally understand that. I get it. I really do. I'm not going to demand perfection every single day, but it better be way more days than not. There better be some moments in there that really make me change because it started out well with Kevin. You're right. Okay? I don't know what Todd Monkin's going to do in year 6. Let's get to year 6 when we get to year 6 like we did with Kevin. I'm worried about year 1 with Todd and if this is really going to change because there's been so many guys who have come through and said the same thing before in 14 years on the fan, and I've sat here and went, oh, my God, it's going to be different. And I've just looked like a bigger fool every single year. So what Todd Monkin says, I ain't going to lie to you guys, it excites me. It excites me a lot. But I have to go back in the history and go, I love what you're saying. I just hope it's going to be all true. 216-474-0092. Speaking of Barry, you've heard from him. You've heard from Todd Monkin. If there's a tie, who wins? That's at 8. Coming up in 5 minutes, did anyone actually jinx Parker Messick? And I can't believe we have to have another uncomfortable conversation about Cade Smith. It's coming up in about last night in 5 minutes on The Fan.
Embarrassing. We got to be better on defense.
It won't matter till April. I think we know that. Y'all gonna write us off. We could go 82-0. No one would care.
He's a piece of crap. The kid, he sucks. He's sucked his whole career.
I got rumors about him. How he couldn't please his wife, so now he's divorced.
Put a damn winning team on the field.
Now the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima give their thoughts on what you might have missed about last night.
Parker Messick fell 3 outs shy of throwing the first no-hitter for a Cleveland baseball team since 1981. And everybody's been talking about the jinx. Personally, as somebody who's called play-by-play in baseball for a lot of years, I think the broadcaster is allowed. I think the broadcaster is allowed to say no-hitter. I don't think the players can, and the fans shouldn't.
You did play-by-play, huh?
Yeah.
Congratulations
on all your success.
You're beating me to it now, are you? Wow.
Yeah, no, I obviously, the broadcasters can do whatever they want. The question is, are you trying to dance around it? Are you having fun with it? Or are you getting right to the point because you feel like I'm a journalist and I have to be a truth teller
Yeah, what do
at
you
all
think?
times?
What do you got to say?
I think that you need to tell your viewers what's going on. You can't beat around, oh, they have none of those things that starts with H. Like, that's lame. Tell the audience needs to know what's going on. You need to know the gravitas of the situation. If you're in the dugout, you don't say a word about it, though.
But don't you think the fans would understand the gravitas, to use your term, of the situation if the broadcaster is dancing around it and you understand the stakes?
Not unless they had the graphic last night where it said Parker Messick no-hitter through 6. They had the graphic on the scorebook. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, TV always has the graphic. So the TV can always, you never have to say
And the TV
anything.
isn't saying anything, so is that a jinx as well? I actually agree with you. I don't think that a play-by-play broadcaster can jinx it. That all pointed out, I just don't need I don't need the headache and the pain. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to jinx it. I'm going to find other ways to challenge myself to speak around it.
Because you don't
That's
want to
what
be
I'm gonna
accused of it.
Yeah. Like, I'm not going to accuse Tom Hamilton and Matt Underwood of anything nefarious. Anything silly. So I'm not going to do that, even though a lot of people did last night. But there's a lot of people who believe in Bigfoot. By the way, where'd all the Bigfoots go? There were 9 in Portage County. Now they're all gone. They've been gone for weeks.
And it just happened to be during International Bigfoot Week.
Interesting.
Cade Smith came in the 9th inning with 2 runners on. Parker Messick ended up giving up 2 hits. And it was an adventure. And the Guardians' bullpen in general, they didn't allow any runs last night, technically, because both runs that scored were inherited runners. But those previous 6 games, the bullpen had an 8.23 collective ERA. Do we have a Cade Smith problem on our hands?
The bullpen's been a little shaky to start things off. And it's people are running out of patience with Cade Smith, especially last night, because a lot of people, even if they weren't tuning in, watching the game, there were probably a lot of people watching the game on TV. And then there were a lot of people who tuned in, obviously, who were just wanting to see history, and I think they stayed to watch the end of the game, and you're hearing a lot about Cade Smith. You're hearing a lot of people complain about Cade Smith, and then that's starting to play in where you're just not getting 3 outs and getting out of there, and because people wanted Parker Messick to at least get the win. And I got to admit, I got really, really, really nervous because I went from Parker Messick, how great this is, to when he gave up the base hit, all right, how are we going to do this tomorrow? How are we going to mix this in tomorrow? And then I went from that to then going right back to being a fan thinking, oh, my God, like, you can't blow this. You cannot blow this, or it's going to be hell on earth tonight and tomorrow. You can't do it. I think, Tony, I got to wonder if he's in his own head a little bit, especially with the wild pitch the other night and all the other stuff that happened. I try not to put it on him, which Juan Brito made an exceptional play to end this game, which is the opposite of what we were yelling about earlier this week. But it has certainly been a rocky start for Cade Smith.
This has gone from, hey, early April, no big deal, let's let these guys get warmed up, to, it's only April 17th. Like, yeah, we've got a potential issue here to monitor. I think the level of threat has risen to need to monitor closely now when it comes to the closer situation.
We're monitoring.
Must-watch TV?
We're officially monitoring now,
Yeah.
Cade Smith. Oh, God, that's
now,
terrible.
does that constitute a DEFCON? I don't know.
Do you have a PIP on him? A personal improvement plan? Is that what it is? Is that what they call it? Production
Picture-in-picture?
No. What do they do before they let you go? Performance improvement plan. That's what it is.
Never good.
Ken,
No.
it's not working out, bud.
Yeah. But we're going to put you on
your stuff and get out of
We're going to put you on a performance improvement plan. Oh, God, I hope he's not on that. I got a lot of thanks Class A tweets last night.
AZ Fudd was drafted number 1 overall in the WNBA draft by the Dallas Wings earlier this week. Yesterday, she had her introductory press conference, and there was one question she wasn't allowed to answer.
Kevin Sherrington, the Dallas Morning News. Paige announced last year on TikTok that y'all were a couple. And I'm wondering if that is still the case, and if so, if y'all have talked to any other couples in the league about how they negotiate that dynamic as pro teammates.
I understand why you have to ask that question, but we're going to respectfully decline from commenting on our players' personal lives. But next question.
Yeah, there was a long silence after that. I don't really see a problem with asking the question. I think that it's valid. It's a huge story.
I think it caused more intrigue and people trying to look in by that answer. This is from the person who's in charge of the PR.
Yes.
That's a silly answer. People, listen, there's always going to be workplace relationships, all right? They are a public couple, according to this question that was asked. There's always going to be workplace relationships. There's always going to be people that are interested in it. I don't think it should be sitting there and post game after every single game going, hey, how are you and AZ getting along? Like, no, that's over the line. But yeah, there's going to be questions that people are curious that want answered because people have worked with people they've been in relationships with. They want to see that dynamic and how it works, or hear about that dynamic and how they work through it.
It's a totally legitimate question.
Yes.
Now I get it. People are going to say, well, why aren't you doing this with the NBA press conferences? Well, you got to remember, in this case, like the brands of these women, which has elevated the profile of the WNBA to the point where they got a massive TV contract, which was so much more money than anything before. It has to do with the fact that these women are putting their lives out on social media.
Glad you brought this up.
So many of them are making millions of dollars, on their own endorsement deals based on their social media. And if on social media they're putting that stuff out there, it's part of it. Now, if she answers the question and says, I'd rather not talk about it, that's fine.
That's her. Exactly. That's her to answer.
I wouldn't have criticized her for saying that.
And I wouldn't have criticized her because this goes back to the Dylan Gabriel conversation that we were forced to have about his girlfriend and putting it out on social media. Because then we argued, okay, is she an influencer? Because there's plenty of private citizens who are on social media. I think there has to be conversations. But again, if you're at a podium and you're doing a press conference, and my wife is not a public figure, and I'm the head coach of the Browns, and they ask about Liz, that's beyond the pale. You probably shouldn't do that unless she stepped out of line and did something crazy. But this is a workplace relationship here. You're both on the team. Again, it shouldn't be asked every single day because I don't know what you get out of it. But there's definitely a curiosity from your fans and what media and what general fans want to know.
The NBA has relaxed their 65-game rule. They have allowed Luka Doncic and Cade Cunningham to be eligible for postseason awards. This kind of reminds me of in 2020 when Ohio State didn't play enough games to make the Big Ten championship game, and then they just let them play in the Big Ten championship game.
Yeah, except, that was for a Big Ten championship, and that included an entire program. For those guys, I got to there's so many things that I don't know if I care about it, and I don't think I care about this. It might lead to more guys sitting. How far are you willing to go with guys on the threshold to get in?
Well, the whole point of this was to incentivize guys to play because the NBA, they listened to the fans. The fans said, this is BS. We're paying full price. We want guys to play. We want the regular season to mean something. And it hasn't worked. I mean, the reality is guys are just missing more games than they ever have. And there's a big debate. Is it load management still? It was 10 years ago, without a doubt. Now it seems like the pace of play in the NBA and having to cover more of the court on a possession-by-possession basis, along with more possessions, are leading to real injuries. So there is a question about whether the science of the NBA, the optimization of how they play the game, is leading to the injuries, and how you deal with it. Clearly, this awards threshold has not had the intended outcome.
No, it hasn't. And I think that there's obviously contracts and money that are involved, so they care about it. But if it were the whole team, or if it were something like, you said postseason awards, MVP matters. Those type of things matter. But there's other things there that, I don't know, they just don't get brought up in general conversation. So I think that there is a bit of a slope to it, but maybe they should have been harder on this conversation. You wanted to put in some rules, so this is a precedent that's set for the future. But ultimately, and we were talking about things that I don't know if really do people get that upset and that worked up about these awards? No. Not necessarily. MVPs, maybe all NBA, first team, that type of thing, yeah. But some of the other stuff, no. Fantastic about last night, John. What's that hat again you're wearing for people on YouTube Live?
The Sioux City Explorers, independent baseball.
Sioux City Explorers, that's in Iowa.
Yes.
Outstanding. You lived in Iowa?
For about 5 months, yeah.
Okay. Did you get out and about in Sioux City?
Not really much to get out and about, too.
Well, you needed to find the sexy places then. We got Cavs tickets coming up here in 5 minutes. Your chance to get to Game 2 of the Eastern Conference playoffs against the Toronto Raptors. That's coming up on Monday night. Also, Nathan Zegura at 9 o'clock. And if you're listening to the show all morning, you've heard from Andrew Barry and you've heard from Todd Monkin. If there's a tie on Thursday between the two, who wins?
XTEND, AV.
and then it would be Carnell Tate, the receiver from Ohio State. Those would be the three I'd give you for the Browns. I think if Maui Noah and Tate both make it to 6, my guess would be that'd be a tough call for the Browns. But those would be the 3 guys that I would sort of say I've heard most associated with them.
Listen for the MMQB's Albert Breer, Tuesdays at 5:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Cavs game 1 is tomorrow afternoon. If you can't go, sucks to be you. But you can go to Cavs game 2. The phone lines must be open. Open those phone lines. Caller 9, 216-474-0092. Caller 9. Caller 9. You are going to win a pair of tickets to see the Cavaliers take on the Raptors on April 20th. That's on Monday at 7 p.m. at Rocket Arena. Get tickets now. Cavs.com. That's Cavs.com. But you can win tickets. Be caller 9, 216-474-0092. Good luck. By the way, reminding you all Cavs Conversations brought to you by the fine folks at Surfside Hard Iced Tea, who remind you to please enjoy that hard iced tea responsibly. Nathan Zegura at 9 o'clock, very responsible man. What's Andrew Berry really thinking about? I'm going to get to this audio of Andrew Berry coming up here momentarily, because I kind of want to know if there's a tie, who does the win go to here between these two? Because you got a new head coach that a lot of people are really excited about. But Lima, the question was asked in the opening segment today. Well, it wasn't even a question. I just kind of went off the top of my head and go, man, with Cleveland sports moments, last night, if he'd have done it, I'm thinking, okay, number 1 is Cavs championship with a bullet. There's Cavs championship and then down the line, a bunch of empty spaces. Rajay Davis's home run in Game 7, great moment. I know some people are critical because they didn't win. And then I was right off the top of my head, and this was off the top of my head. I went, man, Parker Messick's no-hit bid, if he'd have got a no-hitter, that might have been number 3 for me. Well, what?
Well, I think this goes to show we have a little bit of difference in opinion of the ace right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Gavin, you think Parker, but we both love both of them.
Of course, yes.
Gavin did this last year, and he actually made it deeper into.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true.
And it's just kind of being swept under the rug.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I will full on admit that's prisoner of the moment.
That is my candidacy. That's number 1 with a bullet for why he should be the ace.
Hey, if you want to make him the ace and I want to make Parker Messick the ace, am I really going to get in a fist fight with you over it? Absolutely not. Plus, I'd lose. He was in the Air Force for 12 years. They've taught him things that I don't know. That's prisoner of the moment. I was prisoner of the moment. Absolutely. It's the morning after he almost had a no-hitter. The first no-hitter I would have ever seen in my life as a Guardians. Well, we've been no-hit, but the first Guardians no-hitter I've ever seen in my life. It would have been. You have spent the last 2 hours coming up with a list. You didn't even tell me.
Yeah, I just started scribbling down.
What do you got?
The big moments in my baseball watching fandom.
Yeah.
And you could tell there's a theme here of what baseball meant to me in the 90s.
Yeah.
And how that was like the NFL. And they were the NFL here because the Browns obviously weren't here and the Cavs were kind of irrelevant during some of those years because we were trying to frame just how big of a deal a no-hitter would have been. And I don't know where a no-hitter today at this stage of my life would have fit in all of these. So I started writing down the Tony Pena home run to kick off the 95 baseball run in Game 1 against the Orioles. I have the comeback against Seattle in 2001, which was they were down 12 in that game, and they came all the way back. I wrote down 2024, Big Christmas, the ALCS, Game 4 that led eventually to the David Fry walk-off. Jose versus Dennis Eckersley, Jose Ramirez versus Dennis Eckersley, the wow. The footage, I mean, just watch it, 95. It's one of an all-time moments. The 22-game
You mean Manny Ramirez?
Manny Ramirez, I'm sorry.
I was going, what?
Yeah, 2017. 2017, the 22-game win streak, second longest in Major League history. I think you have to go back to 1917. Sandy Alomar in 95, and why this was important was it was a home run off Mariano Rivera. He had only given up 2 postseason home runs in his entire relief pitching career. I mean, think about that. How big of a moment that was. Kenny Lofton versus Randy Johnson on a pass ball, scoring from second base on a pass ball. I think Omar was up at the plate. And
you think Kenny Lofton would have beaten up Randy Johnson in an actual fight? Randy Johnson's nearly 7 feet tall, but
got that reach on him. Yeah, you have to get inside
got
that
a real
reach.
minute fridge situation.
Because I've seen Kenny Lofton get upset. I also saw Randy Johnson shove a cameraman.
Oh, yeah.
Or a camera.
Yeah, and kill a seagull. And then Jose versus Tim Anderson, dropping Tim Anderson.
That's my...
It has nothing to do with baseball, but...
In the last decade, I've spent a ton of time in that ballpark. That's number one with a bullet for me.
He doesn't like
Got
talking
to
about
be
it,
there. It was just the electricity, the way that the crowd reacted was amazing. You didn't have in there Lane Thomas hit that grand slam against Stubble.
Yeah, I'm at it right now. That should be on there.
That was
absolutely.
I remember exactly where I was at,
and it was that was amazing. Wasn't even planning to go to the game. We ended up there and talked to people that we knew, and we had really good spot for that.
I was pulling onto 224 in Barberton. That's how much I remember that. Like getting on 76 when it turns to 76, I was with Axel, and I was listening to it, and when he hit that home run, I couldn't believe it.
Another one which I pulled into, there used to be able to get in late in a game where the smoking section was. You could go through that gate, and Giambi hit a homer in 2013.
Oh, yes.
I did not start. I started that day at school. I was in Independence at the night school. And I stopped on my way back and ran in. I parked by the gift shop and ran in.
Tommy
had
had
the smoking door and got to see it. It was amazing.
Tommy had the game winner, right, on 923 night? Or was that Giambi on 923?
No,
that
it was Tommy on 923 night, yeah.
Okay. So if Parker Messick would have got the no-hitter, I tried to write all this down in rapid fashion. Boy, you're bringing back just a cornucopia of memories here. If he'd have got the no-hitter last night, complete it, which when Jose Ramirez caught that ball up against the net, I totally agree with you. I thought it was done. I was like, this is fate. This is going to happen, everybody. This is amazing. I didn't say it out loud, thank God.
Joey said it out loud.
Well, I'm not with Joey right now to yell at Joey, John. Why? By the way, why are you snitching? Why are you snitching on
Ace
Joey?
and Gary had it.
Saying it's a good thing. Joey was right on it. As soon as Jose Ramirez made that catch last night, he said this. He said that.
Why are you snitching on Joey? We've been sitting here talking about they're supposed to be stopping crime. You are snitching on Joey when he's not even here to defend himself. I wouldn't have known had you not said anything.
Well, how am I snitching on him? I'm saying it's a good thing.
That he jinxed it?
I didn't think that's a jinx. I think that's an insightful take.
He said it out loud. We've been talking about avoiding jinxing all morning, and then you just went out there and told the whole world that he said
Joey's
that.
Fault.
Yeah, that it's Joey's fault. That's what you just said.
It's not Joey's fault at all.
Does it sound? I don't know. It sounds to me like John's blaming Joey for the whole jinx happening. Does that sound like that to you two before we move on with this? Tone?
Yeah, that's kind of sound like it. Kind of sounds like it.
Boom. If we had music for blowing jinxes, we'd play it. Right?
Well, Sammy the Bull, I didn't realize was producing the show over here, just singing like a canary, aren't you, John?
Okay, I had one more question, Kenny, as you're rounding up your moments too.
Yeah, what?
How many strikeouts did Messick end up with yesterday? He had so many 0-2 counts.
9?
Too.
Yeah.
I thought it was 9.
It
Okay.
was like at 8 through 6.
Let me ask you a controversial question. If he ends up with a no-hitter, is that really a better performance than Corey Kluber's 18 strikeout game?
I thought he had 19 strikeouts that game.
The pitchers do definitely get, kind of short in on that because home runs obviously are going to, and game winners are going to always stick in your memory, right? They just jump out more than a pitcher laboring for the whole game. And
he struck out 18 of the 26 batters that he faced.
18.
And I remember I lost my mind. This was one of those where, because I was living in Tremont, I flew up to the game last minute, like in the 7th inning to watch history.
Right.
And then he got yanked from the game, and I was irate.
You didn't see any of it.
I saw.
He's so mad he had to visit a bathroom in a downtown bar.
I saw more bathrooms than I did hitters.
Mm-hmm. You know he had to do it. Curses! I had to go to the bathroom in the middle stall again. 18 strikeout. Yeah, that's pretty okay. If he would have done it, no hitter's a no hitter. These are playoff moments, though. So if he would have done it, we're getting really into the weeds here on memories here. I would probably put Parker Messick above all of it.
You would?
Yeah, except for Rajai Davis.
So,
that's all.
Does it have the staying power years from now? Are we referencing an April 16th game on a Thursday?
I don't know. It's hard to say.
In front of how many people? How many people were in the building?
Yeah, there's nobody there for Len Barker's game. There's like 14 people at Len Barker's game.
I do think, though, just the difference between pitchers and batters, right? If if a batter has a great hit that wins a game, you don't always reference back to that, man. Once a pitcher throws a no-hitter, especially a young guy like this, you're going to reference it for the rest of his life.
Exactly. A really young guy or a really old guy.
Right.
When they throw no-hitters.
But now part of the issue is so many of those memories I just went over, all postseason, all Mammoth, where the entire fan base was locked in.
There's also a no-hitter.
But the stakes were so much higher.
It's the first no-hitter in
games.
45 years, though.
Think about young Mason, right? So Parker Messick throws a no-hitter, right? You know Lynn Barker.
Yeah.
There's no reason that you would know him if he didn't throw that no-hitter, though. Of
course.
I mean, he was an all-star, right?
That year, maybe he might have been. The perfect game was in 81.
That was a weird year because that was a lockout year. But they talk about Lynn Barker all the time. You wouldn't know him.
He was an all-star in 81. Yeah.
I think Parker Messick, Mason 15 years from now, although he never would have really, he would have been cognizant of that moment. He'd remember that name for a long time. And 30 years from now, they're going to remember that name.
It's so tough. We're sitting here debating how something that didn't happen would resonate. So I admit it's really difficult to go through this exercise.
Yeah.
But I'm just, man, those playoff moments in the 90s, like I just put them ahead of stuff that just happened. Like you just said, Lane Thomas. Lane Thomas just happened.
But they were also, the Indians of the 90s were one of the greatest teams, and maybe the greatest team to never win it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, without a doubt.
Lineup was.
The greatest lineup there. They scored 1,000 runs in 1996. They were only the second team, I think.
Kids in rural Oklahoma knew that team.
Yeah.
Kids in rural Oklahoma don't know the Guardians right now.
I mean, Jim Bowden was on the station earlier this week saying how he likes to talk about Jose Ramirez so much so he makes sure he gets into the Hall of Fame, which I just thought it was an easy thing to do, which I think a lot of people understand. Like, your favorite baseball player, John actually specified this, your favorite baseball player's favorite baseball player is Jose Ramirez. He's respected across Major League Baseball, but because he plays for the Guardians, maybe he's not necessarily known like some of the other big stars that we talk about ad nauseum in Major League Baseball. Hate to admit it, but it's probably true. All right, coming up at 9 o'clock, Nathan Zegura. I gotta ask this question. You heard Andrew Barry yesterday. You heard Todd Monkin earlier today when we played that clip from Kevin Clark. If there's a tie on Thursday, who wins? Friends, Ken Carman here for Classic Chevy and Mentor. If there's a tie...
still not at full strength. Despite the issues with the knee, Allen believes he can play at a high level. Cavs get the playoffs going this weekend. Cavs entertain Toronto tomorrow afternoon, Game 1 of their best-of-7 series. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone during the offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
9 o'clock, Nathan Zegura going to join us on the show coming up at 8:45. Just how big are the stakes for the Cleveland Cavaliers? Bigger than you may think, my friends. And also, what the hell is in the box that's sitting next to Tone? He has a package, a gift that he has wrapped for Nick Wilson from Afternoon Drive.
Yeah, I took some time on this. I want to make sure it was really nice because Nick deserves it for all the hard work he's put in and for some of our great back and forth that we have put some of our listeners through over the last 2 months about the Cavaliers. So the playoffs are here. They start tomorrow.
One question.
We gave away playoff tickets
Yes, we did.
all week long
Yes, we
to
did.
some of these Cavs games. And so I know Nick is feeling a little maybe antsy, but I think it's going to be
In the pantsy.
flowing through his bloodstream, the excitement level for the playoffs. He gets
Alcohol.
a playoff present.
And THC. Can I ask you one question?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the THC is allegedly, I should say. I shouldn't be throwing around such things. Did you wrap that or did Sarah?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
I had several people on the internet comment that they believe a woman wrapped the gift.
I think Sarah made the point, why don't you put this much effort during the holidays to wrap gifts like this? Because I went down in the storage room. I brought up.
That wasn't going to be on YouTube Live. Your gifts for the kids aren't going to be on YouTube Live.
That's also only one.
Yeah, there's just one.
Sometimes you look at that daunting task ahead of you and you go, I don't want to do any of this.
I put the full weight of my effort into this.
Okay. When is it? I imagine he's going to open it this afternoon.
It's up to him. I mean, honestly, as long as
Baskin and Phelps won't bother with it.
I don't think they're going to mess with it at all. But it's up to Nick. This is to really tap into the excitement levels of this playoff run. I know there's no big phrase that the whole city's been united by.
What did you? Well, I can't ask you what you got him, but whatever. What did you get him? I just asked you that, and I said I didn't want to do it. But I'm curious. I'm sorry. It's going to kill the Kenny. Okay, so he'll do that. I don't know when he's going to open up this afternoon, but he's going to open it up sometime between 2 and 6. So you must be hanging on our every word, or you should be lost. Speaking of what people said, now you might have heard Andrew Berry earlier today. If you didn't, he said this yesterday.
I would like to sit here and say that, I have this, generated strategy to, I'll be honest, I usually just tell you guys the truth and you guys don't believe me. There are some things I'm just not going to talk about publicly, obviously, because they impact strategy. But I really think the biggest thing is just being flexible to opportunities that can help the organization. And I think that, hey, here's an opportunity that we didn't anticipate was coming down the pike, but this is actually better than what our plan A was. Let's pivot to plan B.
Meanwhile, the Monkin man, he was on Kevin Clark's show, This is Football, on ESPN, and he had this to say.
Your physicality, your effort, and your execution pop off the tape, because that has nothing to do with what scheme you run. The way I like to say it is, as much as I love winning and I hate losing, I despise football. Absolutely despise that it doesn't look like you want it to look like. Where it's just you got 10 on the field, you got 12, you're up against the clock, you don't have effort that you look for. It doesn't even look like you've practiced. There's nothing worse than that, because it's a reflection of you. That is you out there. When Jimmy and Dee sign my check with my name on it, sign a check with my name on it, they expect a kick-ass football team. And my job's to prove them right every day. When I got paid at the last place I was at, they expected a kick-ass offense. And that was my job to try and prove that every day. That's what a player's job is. When they sign a check with their name on it, it's their job to prove it every day, just like all of us. That's our job.
You've heard both these dudes today. One you would probably trust more than the other naturally because he's a new head coach for the Cleveland Browns. So that has to go for Todd Monkin, and that has to be said out loud before I ask you this question. If there is a tie on who they want for their football team coming up next Thursday and even throughout the weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, who do you think that the tie should go to? Should it go to new head coach Todd Monkin or to seventh-year general manager Andrew Berry?
No, I mean, it's got to go to the GM. The GM is...
I didn't ask who it's going to go.
No,
I said who you think it should go to.
The GM's put the work in. The coach doesn't put nearly the amount of work. The coach is trying to assemble a staff. That took up a lot of his time trying to figure out who he was going to work with and what the plan of attack was going to be. So I don't think you're punting the big decisions to the new head coach. I think you welcome the outsider's perspective. I think at times 6 years is a long period of time. Stuff can get stale in a building, and so you welcome a new perspective. But you're not letting that guy dictate.
Who do you want to draft at number 6?
I said I'd be fine with Carnell Tate.
Boy,
at this
that's
point.
a ringing endorsement there. Just fine with Carnell Tate?
I'm not really hearing a lot of ringing endorsements in this draft.
Well, I mean, you're a sports talk radio show
it.
host. I'm supposed to ask you for damning opinion.
I think that's more a reflection of this draft than it is anybody talking about the draft.
So it's okay with Carnell Tate?
Yeah, I said I'd be okay with him.
All right. Who do you not want to draft at number 6?
I don't expect him. I am not, but I told you, I'm not expecting Carnell Tate to be the typical guy that gets drafted at 6 overall. I think that's the unfortunate part of this draft.
Who do you not want to draft at number 6?
I think you you got me off of Freeling, and I still don't think Jeremiah Love makes any sense whatsoever.
All right, there we go. So say
Kenyon Sadiq makes next to zero sense.
Oh, say that. Okay, well, there you go. But he's a mismatch guy. I can understand a little bit where Sal Powell's on. He's really fast. He's really strong. It's a crazy draft. It's not who I would take at number 6 overall. I will grant that, but I'm just trying to be open-minded here. So what if Todd Monkin wants Carnell Tate and Andrew Berry wants Jeremiah Love? I'm holding you down to it here. I want to make sure that the truth is the truth and the rules are the rules here. You said that he's done the work. He's the general manager. The tie goes to the general manager. I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. Okay? One guy you're naturally going to trust more. That's Todd Monkin. He hasn't had a chance to make any big decisions yet other than giving interviews.
You just said something. Where does that come from? Why?
What?
You said, well, one guy you're going to trust more.
You're naturally going to trust the new head coach more when
Why?
because the general manager's approval rating is in the basement.
Sure, but at least he's done the job. Like, what job has Todd Monkin done?
And people don't believe
level?
that he's done a good job of that.
Sure, but what has Todd Monkin done at all? You're just giving him the benefit of the doubt because he hasn't done it before. I
think that's the way a lot of fans.
But should
think.
it work?
I know
like
that's
that?
not how you think.
Should it work like that? Hey,
should it work like that? No, not necessarily. No.
Like put this way. I was arguing with somebody the other day. We were going back and forth about how loaded Ohio State was last year and yet didn't win a national championship. And somebody put it on Brian Hartline for running the offense. And I said, well, yeah, but ironically, this year they'll have a first-year offensive coordinator in Arthur Smith. And someone said, no, Arthur Smith has done it. I'm like, not at that level. That's totally different. It's totally different.
Totally get what you're saying.
So all I'm saying is I have no idea. I know Todd Monken's a good offensive coach, but trust him as the head coach of an organization and now start to pick players.
So if you,
I don't know what one thing has to do with the other.
You've kind of give a half-hearted, half-assed endorsement of Carnell Tate.
Yeah.
If you find out that it was Todd Monkin who wanted Carnell Tate bad and they turned in the card at 6 for Carnell Tate, what would you say?
Oh, I'd like the fact that he might have been the final cherry on top to like push it over the edge, that full endorsement. But the work's been done. Like if it gets to the point where your organization, your scouting, and your GM come in and say, hey, these are pretty close. Todd, what would you say about this? How could you use this guy? And Todd says, oh, I have a perfect idea about this. This is why it'll work. This is why I would take him over the other. Then, yeah, I think that can help push it forward. But he's not the one making the decision. That's different.
Okay, I can get that. Because I got to put you through your paces a little bit here. Because I think naturally a lot of fans, 216-474-0092, who are you more likely to trust in the event of a tie? Which I'm sure it's happened plenty of times. Because you had Hugh Jackson famously go out and say that he wanted. Now, he came back after it and said that he just said those things to get people off of Sashi Brown and off everybody else. But you had a head coach famously come out and take blame, credit, however you want to take it, for Cody Kessler in the 3rd round. We are all under the belief that Kevin Stefanski really wanted Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round, but we're talking number 6 overall. We're talking some big decisions here. So you have a guy who just started getting it together for a lot of fans in year 6, just last year, in Andrew Berry. All right? Andrew Berry has done the work, but not a lot of people trust the work that's going in. Like, I cringed yesterday. Like, I would agree with you. Let me put it out there. I would agree with you. Because I think of Tom Coughlin when I think all of this stuff, and I'll explain that here in a second why I bring up that name. I agree with you, but I also have to admit my own emotions where I cringed yesterday when he said tackles are tackles. And I'm going, don't say that, for the love of God. No one trusts you with the tackles. Look what we're dealing with Jed Wills, because it's the first name that comes out of everybody's mouth there going, you tried to do that with him. DeJuan Jones, a 4th-round pick. I was happy that DeJuan Jones was able to start when he started and play as well as he did at the beginning when DeJuan Jones was when he was a 4th-round pick. And he had to replace Jed Wills, your number 10 overall pick, when Tristan Wirfs did make the switch and has gone on to a brilliant career. See, this is what sucks about it, because it all rolls in the same direction, and that's downhill. So that's a long way to announce it. So let me tell you this, why I bring up Tom Coughlin's name. Famously, when Tom Coughlin was with the Jaguars and when he was with the Giants, it was always said that he would go to the combine and he would get all excited about all these guys jumping through the roof and running right by him all fast. And then his scouts, the second they would come back, this is in Jacksonville and in New York, where they would have to come back and they would have to talk about all these guys, because they would see these guys all year on tape during the college football season. And over the last 3 years, because you had more 4-year guys back then. You might have more 4, 5, 6-year guys now. But back then, you had more 4-year guys, and he would go, no. You got to look at all this, Tom, because Tom wanted to rule the roost. So his scouts would go out there and talk him out of bad ideas. Can't go against. I mean, the guy won Super Bowls there, so obviously they had some really good football players on that football team. So that's why I use him as an example. Todd Monkin is new, and I played that clip, had Owen play that clip for a reason, because when fans hear that, they get excited. A coach that's cussing, talking about bleepy football, that's the same stuff so many of you guys have said in bars, in your basement, and in the stands since 1999, and I got a coach who's saying the same thing the way that we all think. So naturally, you're going to want to give your trust to that guy instead of thought partners and all the other corporate jargon that Andrew Berry either pulls out of thin air or makes up, it seems, every single year. It's not a fair argument emotionally. It's Todd Monkin. But realistically, hey, man, you're a head coach. You just got here.
Well, fans
am I going to give you the pick of the litter here on pick number 6 if it's a tie? I don't think so.
I do think it's one of the big mistakes fans, media, we all make in general is we always just assume new is going to be better. Like we were doing this with the offensive line. Like, our offensive line is going to be way better this year. Will we? I don't know. They've addressed it. Have they fixed the offensive line? We'll find out. We always assume stuff can't get worse. That's always been my entire adult life. Well, the Browns' offense can't possibly be worse. And literally, I have the numbers to show you getting worse every single year.
I still don't think it can be worse than what it's been over the last 2 years. I think I think it's impossible. I think it's absolutely impossible.
We thought that with the Deshaun Watson season, and it actually got worse last year with the Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, Shador. By the numbers, analytically, it got worse.
I just don't think there's any way it could be worse than what it was last year, or even the last 2 years. I don't think it is.
Sounds like the gauntlet has been thrown.
Sounds like a challenge. Ryan in Akron, you're first up on the Fan. Hello.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing wonderful, Ryan. Go ahead.
Hey, I have a question. Was Paul DePodesta's first year gone last year when Andrew Berry went crazy in the draft? They got all these good draft picks.
Well,
I thought Andrew was still with the team. I thought Paul just left.
Now, I had said consistently that I thought he was drifting further away every day.
You know
from
more
football,
than you're willing to say on this, Aaron. Something's going on over there.
From football decision making.
Because this is my thing. If that was the first year DePodesta was gone and Andrew went completely nuts, I mean, it was an incredible draft, then I would trust Berry for one more year. And if he goes completely nuts again, I guess your problem is in Colorado. And I want to throw one more thing out there.
All right, damn, that's a hell of a point. Go ahead. I mean, I'm still with you. I still think the guy who did all the scouting and the guy who has the scouting department and has been here for a long time and the guy who just got the head coaching job, I still think the tie should go to the general manager. That's what his job is. But that's a hell of a point you just made. Okay, what else were you going to say?
And one more thing.
Okay.
The Browns always conceal what they're doing. I'm 35 years old. I've been a fan for 22 years. I've probably missed 6 games. That's crazy, but it's the truth. But they always conceal what they're doing, and we have a huge hole at weak side linebacker. And guess what? Nobody's talking about that number 6 pick could go to an Arvell Reese or Sonny Styles. Go look at the depth chart. It's scary.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. It would not be a very popular pick considering how bad the offense is.
I don't want it.
You don't want it, but you're just going to say it.
With you. Yeah, I'm going to say it because I've been a Browns fan so long. But I agree with you on this. Todd Monkin makes the most out of the least. I mean, he had Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, but if you look at the depth charts between Baltimore and the Browns, honestly, they're about the same. I mean, the Ravens got punched in the mouth 6-7 times this year. I mean, they lost 2 offensive linemen, 4 or 5 coaches. So
sometimes I wonder if Eric DeCosta is living off the good name of Ozzie Newsome. And I know that's a strong thing to say. Ryan, and thank you for the call. That's a strong thing to say and maybe an irresponsible thing to say as a Browns fan. But some of the things he does, I'm going, I think we're just still thinking Ozzie's in charge here and not this guy. But I'll back down from that commentary until after we get another season started here, because they were the biggest disappointment easily in the NFL last year, the Baltimore Ravens. However, going back to what he said about the draft, that speculation, I can ask Nathan that question at 9 o'clock. So, Ryan, you ain't going to get an answer to that until about 9 o'clock, because I think a lot of people are thinking that first pick needs to be an offensive player, and we still have a few more days to chew the fat on that. But the first part about it is, I'll say this before we head to break. You have been weirdly coy every time Paulie Podesta's name gets mentioned. Because I've been over here ranting and raving at times because I don't know what Rasputin does and doesn't do over there. And because I don't know, I've been very critical of that in the past. Well, he's gone now. I can't be critical now. But you've been always like, I don't know how much power you think he has. I don't know. Maybe he had more power this year. Man, you've been doing a lot of hemming and hawing. It just throws me off. That's all.
Well, just because Deep Podesta,
bothers me.
I think they paid him all that money. They tried to figure out how they could extract as much value from him as possible. And once you lay the foundation of how you're going to build a team, okay, that's done. Now, what can we do? What else can we do within the rest of the football realm when it comes to other things like, building a new stadium, getting more money out of fans, selling partnerships?
It does seem awfully convenient, though, that, Paulie Podesta is on his way out. Andrew Berry actually has a successful draft. Because if you're telling me that the baseball guy, and I'm going to use coded language here when I call him the baseball guy, like Andy Dalton's backup. You're telling me the baseball guy's been putting the screws of this football team over the last how many years, and Andrew Berry turns in another outstanding draft. I'm going to be going nuts. I'll be happy that he turns in another outstanding draft, but I'm going to be very upset about the time we wasted. Nathan Zegura, 9 o'clock, and this month could be the difference between Donovan Mitchell wanting out or being a Cavalier for life. K&K Heating and Cooling. KNKHeatingandCooling.com. $92.30 for the year. It's the maintenance.
Smith. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Zegura joins us at 9 o'clock. Also 9:40 coming in hot. Please keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste. Lots of things they can get into today. That even non-sports, $2,200 chairs. Anybody want to get into that?
I would like to get into that.
Dude called him Princess Polensik, Tone.
We are.
They brought out a folding chair and said, "Here you go, Mike."
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Gonna have a folding chairs match with Bibb and Polensik.
The Galaxy are over.
Just wait till the Hardys show up with the table. And you're screwed.
Well, now I got a ladder. Now I got to bring ladders. Now I got to bring ladders here.
Of course.
You want something actually done in Cleveland politics? A TLC match. We were home of a TLC pay-per-view here once.
I'd love to see the Brood, but with Justin Bibb in it.
Owen walks out with a chalice. Here we all are. You have this article. From, was this The Athletic about Donovan Mitchell?
It is, yeah.
All right, go ahead and read it. From Sam Amick?
Yes, so it's Donovan Mitchell unplugged behind the scenes of the Harden trade, his Cavs future. And it talked a lot because there's a competing report today from Fred Katz, who covers the Knicks but also covers the NBA out of New York. And he says if Donovan Mitchell does not agree to sign an extension after this season, that the Cavs are going to be looking to trade him. And my answer to you was, yeah, they're going to have to.
Well, John said it. You didn't answer me. Right. You just answered John. Yeah. I didn't say a damn word. I was writing stuff out for the rest of the show.
But this
things.
But this piece and similar things I've heard behind the scenes that Donovan Mitchell thinks this team has as good of a chance as he's ever had to make a deep playoff run, something that has followed him now. It's been 7 years and 7 times that he has gone to the playoffs and not gotten past the second round. So he has a very favorable outlook based on his pairing with James Harden, how seamless it's been really from moment one. Now they're actually able to practice. They're actually able to have the healthy bodies together. This is as healthy as the team has been all season long. I know we've seen the defensive numbers have been awful since Harden came along, but what happened since Harden came back? Jared Allen exited. So Evan Mobley had been banged up. So they hadn't had their real defensive players. Jalen Tyson, one of their best defensive players. Dean Wade, one of their best defensive players. Well, guess what? All of them are available now for the postseason. And it goes on to point out that not only is Donovan Mitchell happy where he is right now, but maybe more importantly, his fiancée? Is she a fiancée? I keep getting this mixed up.
Fiancée, yes.
I can get Miles in his situation.
I have misplaced my fiancée.
But Coco Jones. So he says, we're happy. Like, she's happy with Cleveland, too, which you imagine is pretty important.
You couples, man, we dig our hooks into you, and then all of a sudden you blink and you've been here 45 years.
It says, I love Cleveland. I've said it before. I want to play here for as long as I can, and the goal is to win, as long as we're continuing to win at the highest level. But I love it, man. It's a place I feel like I can call home. You know what I mean? And I feel good. My fiancé feels good about it.
All you guys, you sit there, Cleveland this and Cleveland. I'm talking to outsiders here because I know a lot of people listening are nodding their heads. Cleveland this and Cleveland that and all this other nasty stuff about Cleveland. And then you stay here and you're with somebody, and all of a sudden you blink and you're doing funeral plans. You've been here the rest of your life.
He was at the baseball game.
Donovan? Mm-hmm. Well, he's a baseball fan. He's a Mets fan. Which I did have the quip yesterday. I go, man, I've been a Browns fan, and there's been times I've stared into the abyss as a Browns fan. I go, I can't imagine being a Jets fan, turn right around, and then going, let's go Mets right after that. I mean, that's insane. I mean, the Guardians, say what you will about all Cleveland sports, the Guardians are a fantastic franchise. This is a crossroads for Donovan, this postseason. If he doesn't do it, like nationally, locally, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Evan. I think that Kenny Atkinson's going to deal with some pressure. I think nationally, though, it's all on Donovan. Yeah, this is a crossroads. If he gets to the Eastern Conference Finals, loses to Boston, I still think there's going to be some conversation about him. But if they fall short of the Eastern Conference Finals, I'm telling you, man, the heat is on now. You've been in this league how long? You've not been able to take your teams where? Are you a number one? You may think you're a number one. Should fate intervene here? It's happened to a lot of players, man. It's happened to a lot of guys. And we've had He's been an MVP candidate. He has been, I think, the second greatest Cavalier. I mean, you watch the way he plays. I know that this is a strong thing to say, and this may be a little bit prisoner of the moment. I know we got fond memories of a lot of great players.
He's better than Kyrie.
Nate Thurmond is in the rafters, obviously. You just said he was better than Kyrie. Yeah. I think at first blush, people go, what? And then you get past the shot, which the shot is the shot, but Robert Horry hit big shots. Gosh, it just sounds like I'm dumping all over the greatest shot ever hit. I'm not trying to do it.
You know me. I absolutely love Kyrie.
Kyrie's top 5, top 3, probably number 3. Donovan's number 2.
He's a better overall player.
Exactly.
And he's a number 1. You know, Kyrie tried to go be a number 1 for a few years in Boston. It did not work at all.
That's the whole point of it, Tone, is that we could be sitting here in 5 years going, Donovan tried to go be a number 1 in Cleveland, and nope, wasn't going to work.
Yeah, but hey, listen, I totally will admit, there are major doubts still to this day. Obviously, that Donovan Mitchell can be your best player on a championship team, which is why we've been waiting on Evan Mobley. And I will tell you, while this year Evan Mobley is not going to be the best player on the Cavs, Evan Mobley has a chance to have a really, really good playoff run coming up here and change a lot of minds on some people that are down on him.
I think you're right about that, and I sure as hell hope so. And let me just add this. We got Nathan coming up at 9, and we got coming in hot at 9:45. You got this series coming up. If you hear about him possibly leaving, quote unquote, like this, was it Sam Amick or Fred Katz? Fred Katz?
Yeah.
Who had said they would look at possibly trading him if he can't sign a contract after this year. That's only common sense in business. But if you know what, if the impossible were to happen and you lose against Toronto, or you know what, you don't look as competitive and you don't win against Detroit, there's probably going to be a lot of fans who even turn around and say, you know what, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Let's see what we can get here because this ain't working. One way or the other, there's no staying the way they are after this postseason.
We all know. That's what
this is going to be. There's some change coming one way or the other.
I kind of feel like it's oddly freeing. We all know what the score is. We all know what's at stake here. There's like no debating that if they fall short and they lose in the first or second round, then this team is going to look drastically different next year.
I still want to see. I'm different. I'm getting more worried, or more not worried. I'm getting more pensive because I want it to last at least one more year. I want to take a swing at it next year. I want to see if they bring back LeBron. I want to see if there's a conversation to be had about Giannis Antetokounmpo. Just having conversations. Just want to have some conversations. I want another year to see this before we get ready to go back to 18 win land. I don't want that to happen. Coming in hot in just under an hour, Nathan Zegura. What's Andrew Berry really thinking, Tone? What's he really thinking, everybody? Well, Nathan Zegura knows him pretty well. We're going to ask him that question coming up in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. 92.3 The Fan, 92.3thefan.com. Watch us on YouTube Live, 92.3 The Fan, for absolutely free. And brighten your home with energy.
and sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. We are obviously pretty spread out on a day like today. We gave away Cavs playoff tickets. We're excited for Game 1 coming up tomorrow. We kick off the entire slate of NBA playoff games against the Raptors. Game 1. Is that a 1 o'clock game?
Correct.
I will be there, Owen.
Good.
I don't think Kenny will be there.
He'll be square.
I think Kenny at some point will be a part of this interview. Let's welcome in Nathan Zegura. Join us on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Nathan, it is an honor and a pleasure to be joined by you today. Just less than a week out. Nathan, a week out, I should just cut right to the chase. At number 6 overall, if the Browns had their choice, if you could have anybody you wanted, maybe without Fernando Mendoza, who would you run up to the stage to take?
I personally, well, first of all, it's an honor to be with you guys on this glorious Friday, less than a week out from the draft, as you said. I would run up to the stage and I would take Carnell Tate. I'm a big weapons guy. I've said that for a long, long time. I'm weapons. I think we need people that help us score the football. I think that helps your quarterbacks. I think it makes everybody else on the team better. And I think Carnell Tate, when you look at him from an efficiency standpoint last year, great route runner, averaged 17 yards a catch. So definitely the speed I'm not as worried about as maybe some other people. I think he plays faster. You saw his ability to get deep. And he's got sure hands, doesn't drop the football. I think he's everything that, whoever it is at quarterback for the Cleveland Browns this year needs. I think he makes our team better, and I think it addresses probably the biggest need on this team, which are playmakers who can put the football into the end zone.
We just had a caller, Nathan, who brought up Arvell Reese and or Sonny Styles, saying, the Browns never show their hand. They always zig when everybody zags. What are the chances you take either one of those guys from the defense of Ohio State?
I'd be surprised, but at the same time, I really think the whole goal here is, let's say Carnell Tate's off the board at 5, right? Let's say the Giants take Carnell Tate. To me, this pick has got to be about getting somebody that is a surefire stud. You talk to anybody in the league, and, we had Lance Zierlein on yesterday on Browns Daily. He thinks Arvell Reese is likely to be, the best player in this draft. He also likes Mansour Delane, the corner out of LSU. If you were to take Styles there, if you were to take Caleb Downs, I don't think anybody would have a problem with a high ceiling, a floor prospect like that. Now, I think obviously our biggest needs are on offense, and we know that offense has the biggest correlation between playoff success and getting to the playoffs in the National Football League. So that's where I'd want the Browns to go. But would I be shocked? No. I think the consensus is, 6 is too early for a tackle in this draft, and I think a lot of people think the top-rated quote-unquote tackles, Maui Noah or Fano, are actually guards in the NFL. And so Monroe Freeling, probably the best pure tackle prospect. Is 6 a little rich for somebody who is a prospect and a project? Perhaps. I think we'll have to see how that plays out. But I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, by anything. I mean, if you had told me last year that the Browns' 2 first picks in the draft were going to be on a 3 technique and an off-ball linebacker, much as Andrew Berry said yesterday, I'd have been shocked. And then your next pick was a running back. That would have been very surprising to me. But that's how it went last year. So I don't think you can rule anything out. I do think it's pretty straightforward to me. If Carnell Tate's on the board at 6, that you just go run up there, you get him, you address your biggest need with the consensus best receiver prospect in this draft.
Nathan, I totally agree, and usually I don't. We usually make fun of each other. Well, we usually make fun of each other. I like offensive linemen, and I make fun of you for loving every wide receiver that's ever played the position. But with the way this draft goes, like I've heard some people, Peter Schrager said it earlier this week, like, man, by the time you get to 24, there could be no wide receivers that you think are first-round guys left. So you take Monroe Freeling and then you try to maybe force it with a wide receiver, you could be looking disaster right in the eye. And I'm thinking, I want solid and I want a playmaker. So let's go get Carnell Tate at number 6, and then we'll talk offensive lineman at number 24. It'd be a tough sell to the fans, but maybe that offensive lineman at 24, depending on if he's the right investment, maybe he doesn't necessarily have to start week 1.
Right, and I really don't think it is that tough of a sell to the fans, at least in my informal straw polls. Whenever I'm out and about in the city and everybody's talking to me, I think people would be very thrilled getting Carnell Tate at 6. In fact, I'd say that's kind of the consensus. I hear him. I hear Caleb Downs a lot. Those are the 2 guys that I think people want at 6 for the Cleveland Browns. I don't think anybody have a problem with Sonny Styles. The guy's an absolute freak. I mean, he's like Kyle Hamilton, but 20 pounds bigger, but at every bit as athletic. And I think he could be your third safety. I think he would be a tremendous pick for the Browns at that spot. But, when you look at the tackle position, we had Joe Thomas on. I've obviously talked to the Hoff all the time. And he said, look, offensive linemen are like bodyguards. And they're expensive bodyguards. And you really only want a really expensive bodyguard when you are the number one act in the world, right? If you're a garage band, you don't necessarily need the most expensive bodyguard. So he kind of thinks, let's build the band, and then we'll try to get some help on the line. And you kind of look at what the Bears did. The Bears got help in free agency last year on the offensive line. Guess what? So did the Browns. The Browns have addressed a lot of the things on their offensive line. I've talked with DeJuan Jones, and I know that from an injury standpoint, he hasn't proven his ability to play a full season. Very motivated. He's in great shape. That you could bring somebody in here and still buttress the position. You're still taking an early offensive lineman. And by the way, I would love, if you said Carnell Tate, Blake Miller to me after day one, I'd be thrilled for the Cleveland Browns. I think that'd be a great way to start this draft. But I think that you have I think you've got a real opportunity
you just
here.
Made Kenny's day, Nathan.
I'm good. I like him. Obviously, a local kid. All of that tough, long arms, fits the position, fits, I think, everything that you'd be looking for there. Now, Lance Zierlein thinks, Kenny, if the Browns want Blake Miller, they've got to get ahead of Philadelphia. He said Philly sees him as the Lane Johnson replacement there, and that he'd be absolutely shocked from what he's heard if he gets past Philadelphia, which I believe is 23 right in front of us. But he said that the Steelers would absolutely be willing to move out of 21. But that's neither here nor there. The point is, I think that people would be just fine.
I'm sorry.
Go
Nathan,
ahead and get a receiver. Yeah.
Nathan, I'm sorry. So we would have to trade with the Steelers to 21 to go get Blake Miller?
Not necessarily trade with the Steelers. You should have to get ahead of Philadelphia. I mean, then there'd be many options there. This is what Lance Zierlein said to us yesterday on Browns Daily. I don't know if that's true, but he's usually number one, he's very plugged in on the offensive line. He knows what he's doing and what he's talking about, and pretty plugged in around the league. And he had that one pretty in stone, because I said, I said to you exactly what I said to you guys. I'd love Tate and Blake Miller. He's like, well, you better get ahead of Philadelphia. Philadelphia's taking Blake Miller. I said, oh, okay.
All right, Nathan, you said weapons, and there's been a lot of speculation on somebody like Jeremiah Love, and the comparisons have been coming in. All of a sudden, he's Marshall Faulk. So, I remember watching Marshall Faulk in college, and there was no debate about his production. There have been now some anti-Love people coming out and saying, well, look at actually against the best teams he went up against, he struggled. Now, is that more on the offensive line having issues in those games like against Miami? Who knows? But do you have a take on a running back, especially after you just took a running back, actually two running backs last year and one pretty high, especially on a team that hasn't won a lot of football games?
Yes, I do. I don't think that it would be the best allocation of our resources to put that much investment into that position. And by the way, I happen to think Quinshon Judkins is really good. And I happen to think Dylan Sampson can be very good. And I think the Browns are actually in a great spot at that position, given that you got two guys on rookie contracts, for the next 3 seasons. So that wouldn't be a priority for me at all. I feel very good about what the Browns have at the running back spot. Jeremiah Love, I think, is a very interesting prospect, and I think he is kind of somebody that were the Browns to move out of 6. I think that's somebody that, teams might look to come up and try to get. So, yeah, I think the Browns are good there. And I want to just finish. I was rambling a little bit.
I'm sorry, Nathan. I cut you off. I apologize.
That's all right. On the Bears was this, that they got some help in free agency on the offensive line. And then what were their first 2 draft picks last year? They drafted Colston Loveland and they drafted Luther Burden, even though they had drafted Roma Dunze the year before, even though they had DJ Moore, and quite frankly with Colston Loveland, even though they had Cole Kmet. And look at how that offense really took off. So I liked weapons. And, of course, you'd say, well, yeah, they have Caleb Williams, number 1 overall pick. Absolutely. But they surrounded him with the best supporting cast possible, and you saw him really progress with Ben Johnson. Todd Monkin's a great offensive coach. You got Deshaun Watson here. You've got Shedeur Sanders. You have got Dylan Gabriel. Surround them with the best weapons. And I understand a running back, and Jeremiah Love is very, very good. But I happen to think Quinshon Judkins is really, really good. And last year when he got to this line of scrimmage, he was, before taking contact, was one of the best running backs in the NFL. Unfortunately, it didn't happen very often last year. He was hit behind line of scrimmage over 50% of his carries, and that's why they're addressing the offensive line. And hopefully this year with Zion Johnson and Titus Howard and Jenkins, all the guys they brought in, that's going to change things for the Cleveland Browns.
Nathan Zegura joining us right now. So overall, when you start to look at how this offseason has come together, we had a big discussion earlier about Todd Monkin and whether or not he could throw around his weight when it comes to the draft room. Do you think it'll be any different from the way that they collaborated with Kevin Stefanski? Or is this, a fresh perspective that could persuade Andrew Berry into making selections?
I think it's always a collaboration, and I think you look at some of the picks. I know some of the guys that we've selected over the past few years, the guys that Kevin Stefanski was a huge fan of. So obviously the coach does have some input, and I would expect that to be no different with Todd Monkin because he's bringing in, he's not necessarily looking for certain types of players to fit a very specific scheme. What he's looking for is certain skill sets that he thinks he can exploit regardless of necessarily the type of scheme that he puts in. So I would expect that, yes, he's going to have input on this and especially on the guys on the offensive side of the ball because I think he knows exactly what it is. He always tells the story of, one of the years in the draft there in Baltimore, and they were debating about which receiver to take. And, well, this one's got this and this one's got that. And he said Ozzie Newsome was sitting, kind of in the draft room listening to discussion. And at the end of the day, Ozzie Newsome said, why don't we just take the best football player? And they said, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's pretty simple, cut to the chase. They end up drafting Zay Flowers, who's become the first Pro Bowl wide receiver in Ravens history. So I think that you're going to get a little bit of that from him. But I think that, yes, he will certainly have input. And I think it'll be a very good thing for him to have some input on the offensive side of the ball.
Nathan Zegura joining us here on the show. Wonderful as always. By the way, do you agree with me that a little bit here over the last few years, maybe you're not willing to say it, I'm going to be willing to say it because, maybe your word would go further than me. You're one in the building every day. You think Eric DeCosta, you think he lives off of Ozzie Newsome's reputation a little bit?
Those are the Baltimore Ravens. I have no necessarily a comment or real opinion on that. I think that,
Senator Zegura, please.
I think that they're in on a hot seat situation, right? They have a lot of talent. They did not win, so I think that he will certainly be scrutinized. But he has made some good picks while he's been there. They have drafted guys that I think are pretty darn talented. Now you could say based on the story I just told that Ozzie Newsome's influence is still being felt. I think whatever happened with the Max Crosby situation certainly still has my eyebrows raised up very, very high, and we'll see how that ultimately plays out for all involved. But we'll see. The Ravens are going to be a Super Bowl favorite again, or at least a division favorite again, and I think there's a lot of pressure on them to deliver.
6 days away. I know we'll talk to you probably next week, but we'll already be through the first round. One, do you think that we could be talking about Ty Simpson next Friday morning still being available? Two, do you think that there's a possibility the Browns in maybe day 3 bring another quarterback into the fold?
So Ty Simpson, I do think it is possible. I've heard very mixed things in terms of, kind of the draft people that we've had on the show or on opinions in the league. Again, it only takes one, right? It takes one per team to fall in love, and he's not available on day 2. But it wouldn't shock me if he went in the top 15, and it would not shock me if he went in the second round. So I think they're very widely held opinions on him because the sample size is pretty small. There were good things early, then he was dinged up, and it wasn't as good late. So, no, I wouldn't be surprised either way. Do I think the Browns could draft a quarterback? I do. Would I be surprised if they did not? Not at all. But I think if somebody – I know that the Browns would like Drew Aller, and I think you'd be looking for somebody who's toolsy that you hope that you can develop and has basically everything that it takes to be a starter from size, arm, strength, talent, all of those things. So could a Drew Aller find his way here? Could a Carson Beck that, Todd Monkin obviously would have some familiarity with, could he make his way here? I think all those things are possible. We'll see just ultimately how it plays out. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Browns did add a quarterback, keep taking a swing, every year, another bite at the apple there to see if they can find somebody.
Hey, what do you think overall of Fernando Mendoza at number 1? Love getting your take on the rest of the NFL. And it's so funny here as we get closer. His game's getting more and more scrutinized. People are starting to really ask some deep-seated questions. He's not under center ever. Of course, so many college quarterbacks aren't. How he's going to adapt to that in the NFL.
So it's interesting. I think that he's obviously very good, and a lot of the things I hear are Kirk Cousins, and now Kirk Cousins from a money-making standpoint has been as successful as anybody, so I think that bodes well for Fernando Mendoza. But, Kirk Cousins hasn't necessarily elevated his team to the highest of levels yet. He's been a very, very good quarterback. He seems like, by all accounts, a tremendous guy on that quarterback show. I love watching him. He's just a very good dude. Fernando Mendoza seems to have a lot of those similarities on and off of the field. It's a premium position. You got to go number 1. I mean, the thing that's funny is you think about even how much it's changed in the last few years, right? Justin Herbert went 6th, I think, in his draft, 5th or 6th. Like Justin Herbert would be the number 1 pick in this draft. It wouldn't be funny. So I don't know. I think Mendoza's a very good player. Is he great? We'll see. We'll see. I think he's going to a spot where they've made a lot of investment there. He's going to have Kirk Cousins, ironically enough, to learn from and grow with. He's going to have Tom Brady there. So I think he's in a pretty good, what I would call, quarterback incubator. The question is, what is his ceiling? Can he be a top 8 quarterback in the NFL? Can he be a top 15 quarterback in the NFL? And if he is, then obviously you've got a chance week in and week out and a chance to, host the Lombardi Trophy at the end of the season.
The incredible Nathan Zegura. He is the color commentator. He is the analyst of the Browns radio. What are you laughing about that for? What are you laughing?
That's fine. It's very, very kind of you, Mumford. Very kind.
I say nice things. He just laughs. You see how that is? All right, Nathan, thank you so much. We'll talk to you again next Friday.
You got it, guys. Hopefully it's a good week for the Cleveland Browns. We got a voluntary veteran mini camp leading right into the draft. Time to get some new players, and hopefully when we're talking Friday, everybody's fired up after what the Browns did in the first round, and hopefully it's you and I doing a little dance and a hug if the Carnell Tate-Blake Miller combo comes through.
Oh, I'll be excited. You know me. Nathan, thank you.
I'll be quite excited.
Great Nathan Zegura on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Did you like what he said about the quarterback situation? Well, not just the quarterback situation. Blake Miller is Blake Miller, and I want to play that audio from our sister station, WIP, over there in Philadelphia, coming up here momentarily. But also, did you like what he had to say, not just about Blake Miller, not just about Carnell Tate, but about the entire, what the Browns' plan of attack is? Because I think that this is the closest thing to, in a weird draft, to keep away from a disaster scenario in the first round to where we're not putting a picture up of, like the Trent Richardson, Brandon Whedon picture.
Well, it was interesting. He said weapons, 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 but then he scoffed at the notion of taking a running back. So despite the fact that running back also is going to be put in the slot.
But at first, you're going to want to put that guy in the backfield. I don't want to turn. I don't want to turn him into. I don't mean to cut you off on this situation, but I don't want to turn him into an only offense Travis Hunter. Mm-hmm. Where we go? Well, where does he go? Do you want him at wide receiver more? Do you want him at running back more? What do you want him to? It's easier to have all the plays. I get that, but it can be a little bit confusing. I think in some way. And I know that DePodesta's gone, all that. I just don't think that it's in the cards for them. I defend Jeremiah Love as a pick, as a conversation, but I think that anybody who's talking about Jeremiah Love knows that, the Browns, I'd be shocked. It'd be probably I'd be less surprised if they took Ty Simpson at 6 because it's such a premium position than I would be Jeremiah Love. I'm serious about that. And I love Jeremiah Love, and I think he's going to be a tremendous player. Coming up at 9:45, coming in hot. Please keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste. And moving up for Blake Miller, Ken Carman, Anthony Lima. Take us with you to work on the free Odyssey app. And
said Carnell Tate, Blake Miller to me after day one, I'd be thrilled for the Cleveland Browns. I think that'd be a great way to start this draft. But I think that I think you've got a real opportunity
This
here.
made Kenny's day, Nathan.
I'm good. I like him. Obviously, a local kid. All of that tough, long arms. Fits the position, fits, I think, everything that you'd be looking for there. Now, Lance Zierlein thinks, Kenny, if the Browns want Blake Miller, they've got to get ahead of Philadelphia. He said Philly sees him as the Lane Johnson replacement.
That's Nathan Zegura with us just moments ago. I didn't mean to sound like Curly from the Three Stooges there. I was just excited. I think that Nathan and I have been doing draft coverage together. This will be year 14 together. I don't think we've ever agreed. Not like we fought or anything like that. I've never seen us on the same place. And like, especially with offensive linemen, like that shocked me. That shocked me. For a second, I thought he was trolling me for a moment. And then your head moves so quickly. We got coming in hot coming up at 9:45. It does kind of throw you off, though. Yeah, you want Blake Miller. Looks like you might have to move ahead of those Philadelphia Eagles for me. Here is the midday show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, WIP in Philly.
The Philadelphia Eagles, in Mel Kiper's latest mock draft, select Blake Miller, offensive tackle out of Clemson. And what Kiper said is the Eagles don't typically let future needs become current problems. General Manager Howie Roseman is tactful in how he keeps the roster stacked with depth and future replacements. The question here, though, is whether Roseman will add the next in line behind receiver A.J. Brown, in parentheses trade candidate, that was directed at Hugh, or offensive tackle Lane Johnson, turning 36. The value is better for the latter in this projection, and Miller is a perfect fit after playing over 3,500 snaps at right tackle in college. Hugh, your thoughts on Blake Miller, 6'7" tackle out of Clemson?
Yeah, this is one of the guys we had mocked earlier. I think we had him before in one of our drafts. Yep. And we talking about how big he was and, being a young man from Ohio and how he probably come in and probably right now play guard. He could probably play guard for you, like right away. So it's one of those needs that, he would come in and he could play, but he could actually slide out the tackle when you need him to. So, yeah, it would be a good pick if they decided to go that route.
So the one scouting report I saw was an Ironman, played 54 games in college, doesn't miss starts. I don't know, like when I was kind of learning about all these tackles in the draft, he didn't seem like one people look at like, wow, athleticism, wow, he could be a next Hall of Famer. But
just somebody, a solid player, come in and give you some good snaps, can play multiple positions. Yeah, give you some good snaps.
Joe Giglio, Hugh Douglas, 94 WIP, the midday show over there in Philadelphia. You'll have to move ahead of Philadelphia to take him. So that was it. By the way, Hugh Douglas is from Ohio. They're mentioning Ohio player there. So, there's a lot of folks from Ohio that obviously believe very strongly in players from the state. I believe strongly in Blake Miller. And I believe that you can move him around on the offensive line. It doesn't help my argument, though, when Andrew Berry in his press conference yesterday says this about offensive tackles.
Tackles are tackles. You're looking for certain characteristics because they've all got to be able to protect on an edge. Top rushers are not staying on one side of the ball, so we really do analyze it, within the aggregate position.
I don't like that because it doesn't help my argument because people are automatically going to think about the mistakes that Andrew Berry's made before. It doesn't help my argument that some people, Blake Miller's from here, and they just think I'm taking the closest player to the city of Cleveland, which is Lima will tell you guys, I never if a player is from here, in a lot of ways it works against him for me because I don't want to be the guy who's just picking guys from here. You got to prove it in other ways, and then I believe in you, right? Even Mike Hall. And Mike Hall's got potential, but I was like, oh, God, he's down the street. What the hell? I didn't really want to talk about it because he was just down the street. Mitch Trubisky. Love Mitch. Love the family. Love Mentor, Ohio. Did not want to take him. Still was going to go with Myles Garrett at that time. Did not want to go and take Mitch Trubisky. Drew Aller. Drew Aller's from Medina. And some people have tweeted at me about it. I go, he was from one fishbowl. He's going to another one here in Cleveland with his own family and friends. This is not the place for him. Go to a place that has a starting quarterback, a franchise quarterback. Maybe you'll get your crack at it here this coming year later or next year. Get some coaching, catch your breath, and then we'll move on. But the Blake Miller conversation, I like him. Are you willing to move up for a guy like that who, let's be honest, you're not the biggest offensive line guy. So I think it's going to be hard for me to talk to you about, let's go move ahead of the Philadelphia Eagles to get this guy.
I think I've told you for a week and a half that they're probably going to end up moving up from that 24 pick. I think
You want to move up in a draft that ain't that good, give up picks?
Yeah, because you run the risk big time of whatever you don't take at 6 overall or wherever they are taking. You run the risk big time, obviously, of that position being totally ransacked later on, right? So that nobody's available at the position you want. You can't allow that to happen because you come into this draft with two substantial needs, and that's wide receiver and offensive line. And let's say you decide to go offensive line at number 6 overall.
Yeah.
Well, you just saw more and more people are like, what receiver is even going to be available by the time they get to 24? So you might have to trade up. So that's why I keep saying that. I could see that happen the flip side of this too.
That they go offensive line, then wide receiver?
That regardless of who they go at 6, that other position there could be a run on that position, and you can't just wait. You can't just sit there and hope, because that would be a disaster if you had 2 first-round picks and you don't address, you're not able to address one of your weaknesses because you allowed too many other teams to make those choices in front of you?
I'm putting you on the spot here because I said earlier this week, I think I said, was it a Wednesday when I said, listen, I'm taking Blake Miller at 24 and I'm taking Carnell Tate at 6. Are you going to make picks? I know you're really not that guy. Are you going to say who you want at 6 and 24? Because you've kind of just decided, like, yeah, maybe Carnell Tate's fine. It's pretty half-assed.
Yeah, I don't think
or half-hearted, not half-assed. You try.
There is nobody in this particular draft where I am running up to the podium for. Just because, like I said, Carnell Tate would be, man, there's some years he could be in the 20s.
Can I at least get you to walk briskly up for Carnell Tate?
He's got to go number 6 because this draft is so down at a lot of these positions. And that's tough, but yet you need a wide receiver. Like, I don't really see the sense in taking Caleb Downs at 6 overall. And I'm in line with Nathan Zegura. I don't see the sense in taking Jeremiah Love at that pick if he was even available.
At either position, is there like a safety position? Not the position of safety, but is there like a safety school, a safety pick for you at either one of those spots? Like for me, Caleb Lamu, they've brought him in. They like him. Left tackle, fine. Go ahead and do it. And I'm going to get this kid's name right by the time it's all said and done. Max Ianicher, who I think that's how you pronounce his last name. It's very hard for me. This is a guy who played, soccer back when he was in high school. He has very little football experience, but his feet are fantastic. His athleticism through the roof. Any offensive,
kicker? We're gonna get him to kick.
That was
field
the
goals?
fan mock draft. That was a guy who was sauced up last night, taking him to the Browns at 29. Dominic Zavada. But you have a guy whose feet are great, a hell of an athlete. All the offensive line guys that you would ever talk to, they all love him. They think that the sky's the limit. He probably has a higher ceiling than Blake Miller, who I like. Probably has a higher ceiling. But is he going to get there? Because I do think, like, you get into the back end of the first round here with a lot of these offensive linemen, you're going to get to a point, Keith's laughing his ass off. So I've said something wrong in here, and I don't know what the hell I've said, but he's laughing at. Just come on here. I don't know how to say a guy's last name, Keith. Just go ahead.
Yeah, you butchered it. It's Ianichor. You weren't even close.
Can you say it
Hopefully
in a sentence?
you get it by Thursday night, though, because you're on draft coverage.
I was close, Ianicher.
You're not going to give him credit for at least trying?
Ianicher? I was not that bad.
But we need to play it back, the tape. I don't think you were even close.
No, gosh. Any other host here messes things up 80 times a day. You don't go bothering them and running in the studio.
Did he get Blake Miller right?
That one was
I almost
right.
gave you the finger. I forgot that we were on YouTube Live. You got anything?
Blake's got a younger brother, so just get ready. In about 2 more years, about to hear this all over again. 3 years.
You just want to host this thing? Oh, we'll get the name right. Okay, whatever. Did you have fun with the drunks yesterday? No, I'm kidding. Did you have fun with everybody over there at the bar?
I had fun with the groups of 2 that walked up for picks.
Like the tag team.
Those are your employees, sir. Your employees walking up there.
Hey, you know what? I appreciate that they're building camaraderie, some of the younger members on the station staff. That's important. We talk about culture all the time. That's the C word we talk about here. And I love the fact that they are developing that. We've got a boss committed to doing just that.
What?
Developing that chemistry.
No, I'm talking to him. I thought he had something over there.
Esprit de corps. It's Latin. Look it up.
Joie de vie?
You know what? And I think getting presents for your coworkers
okay,
also
now we're
helps
just
build
completely off the rails.
Camaraderie. So this is for Nick.
He's going to get his gift. What?
Powering those camaraderie building actions that you can have.
Given a gift that's well-wrapped is number one.
I think when we had a basketball game and one of the members of the staff tore their Achilles 3 minutes in.
We were talking about that the other day.
That's how you build real chemistry.
Poor Miles Simmons. I think when you have
not involved in the incident, but involved in the aftermath.
Yeah, no, because Miles Simmons of Pro Football Talk, I'm telling tales out of school here. Because at night it was a skeleton crew when it first started. So Miles Simmons from Pro Football Talk is from here, and Bull had him doing everything, and he's like, I can't walk. I got a torn ACL over here. Bull was kind of incapacitated.
Achilles.
Oh yeah, Achilles. He was kind of incapacitated. So Miles couldn't learn to do anything because he was going downstairs to the convenience store and going over to the restaurant and going out to the parking meters and all the other things. And so thank God for that's why I always have a soft spot in my heart for Miles Simmons, because he's like, can you teach me stuff at night? I go, absolutely. Come on over and come to work with us.
How you want.
Oh, hell yeah.
What about we had another big retreat, another big workplace retreat where I found out, and I wasn't there that night, that women were jumping out of cakes. I think.
Oh man, you should have been there. That was awesome. That was awesome.
That was a fan-anniversary.
According to Christy Brown, there's a picture of my face somewhere when the lady came out of the cake, because I didn't expect a person to come out of the cake. And the word she used was lascivious, I think is the word that Christy Brown used for my face. So, lecherous, maybe, I think is the word Nick Wilson's clearly better at it than I am.
Maximum protection against Odysseus, Adorphously, Reflacti emanations.
Max Yanicher?
Sounded good to me the first time.
Is that how you say guy's name? Hell of an athlete, all right? I know where he went to school. That's most of the battle. I watched him. I paid attention. They beat Iowa State with like the third-team quarterback. You think I wasn't watching that guy play? Hell yeah, I was. Ooh, God. Terrible memories. All right. Now you can tell it's Friday at 9:36. Coming up in 5 minutes, please keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste. Coming up next, coming in hot, 216-474-0092. Keep those comments, please, within the boundaries of good taste. Coming in hot, 216-474-0092. Coming in hot, coming up next on The Fan. American Platinum. for me, Caleb Lamu, they've brought him in. They like him. Left tackle, fine. Go ahead and do it. And I'm going to get this kid's name right by the time it's all said and done. Max Ianicher, who I think that's how you pronounce his last name.
It wasn't.
I'm ready for the 2027 draft.
Ianicher, whatever. We ain't taking him. I gotta learn his name. He ain't taking him. And maybe we'll take him. I don't know. You guys suck. I'm gonna do.
Sounds really good.
216-474-0092 coming in hot. Coming up here in just a moment. We have the gift. When do you want Nick to open his gift?
Oh, it's up to him.
Is Daryl with Nick today?
If Nick wants to take it home in privacy, if he wants to open it up,
no, he's got to open
home,
it up on the show. He's got to open it up on camera.
It's up to Nick. I think this could really start a trend at the station. Just guys helping out guys that work together.
Okay. There's a gift here for Nick as we get ready for the postseason. I don't know what it is, but there's a box. Lima wouldn't tell me, and it is a wrap box. So I know what's in the box. We'll find out coming up this afternoon on Afternoon Drive. Also, there is a coach out there who's going to send us some smelling salts. Apparently, it's arriving today. Tone. So we will try smelling salts on the air.
So I'm
which
nervous
another
about
former
it now.
NFLer told us how he did smelling salts, and there's a trick to it.
Is it a
So
trick?
do you want to do regular you and I have never done smelling salts.
So
there's
instead
been other things that have gone up noses, but there's never been smelling salts here
With
from
rubber
either one of us. With rubber hoses.
Instead of snorting, they're going right to the veins?
Yes.
What-
No.
How else
So
are we going to do this?
We're going to get smell. No, do you just want to take the one thing of smelling salts and do it on the air, or do you want to do it the NFL way, like they do in the pros? And he wrote, take 5 or 6, put them in an empty Gatorade bottle, shake it around, and then take a whiff of the Gatorade bottle.
Can you
I'd be
freebase
surprised
it?
that
Jesus.
it's not.
Jeez Louise.
Gotta hit the music first.
Jeez Louise.
On.
All right, Cleveland, it's time to get whatever you want off your chest. Cleveland, you're coming in hot. The phone lines are open now.
I had a buddy in school who used to crush up Smarties and snort those.
Oh, my God.
In like 5th grade, man. Redurbin Elementary.
What's he up to now?
I think he works for the city. Not of Cleveland. Good guy. I saw him just last year. He's not in jail. Shut up. 216-474-0092. Keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste. Hello, you're coming in hot.
Certified. Ball knowers only. Ball knowers only. Only ball knowers only. Ball knowers only. Only ball knowers only. Ball knowers only. Only ball knowers only. Ball knowers only. Only.
Well done.
Do you remember what track number?
Well done. Oh, I don't remember that one. Do you remember the track number? Yeah, see? Why would you ask?
8?
Greetings.
Hello, you're coming in hot. Oh, he's practicing. We caught him practicing. All right, I'm putting him back on hold.
7.
I'm putting him back on hold, okay? Hello, you're coming in hot.
If your top ways to build workplace camaraderie doesn't include helping a coworker out with an icy hot patch to the high-ass part of their back, is that even a kind of place you want to work?
See?
That's
up close
That's
and
good work.
personal, intimate,
Good
if you
job.
will, to help a coworker out.
All right, we're going to go back to the
Bud, you should probably know what you're talking about.
We're going to go back to the guy who was practicing. Hello, you're coming in hot.
Greetings, Ken and Anthony. I've come up with a triumvirate of best bearded celebrities. One goes way back to a baby in a log cabin somewhere in Illinois. Became a great president, Abraham Lincoln. Next, fast forward to 2016 and the long-awaited Cleveland championship with LeBron James, who was obviously influenced by that look. And next, can James Harden pull it off again? He sure has the facial hair for it. Have a good night, everybody.
You need to do that's a pro right there, because I don't think you need to practice that. And he's practicing it. Well done. That's a professional. It's John Wooden right there. Hello, you're coming in hot.
Hey, guys, I'm going to give you the secrets for next week. This is Andy, Andrew, and Berea. Here's what we're going to do. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. Here's what we're going to do at 6. We're taking the best tackle, Caden Proctor, because I am the most sophisticated person in the world. I'll talk down to everybody like yesterday. And then at 24, we're going to take my favorite quarterback, Ty Simpson, because I am smarter than everybody else. Hold on.
You had the first one,
Not
and then
necessary.
you can't get the Southern accent going. He's not from the South. Did you know, I guess I have a twang to me, according to Nick?
You've got something going on.
It's Canton, man. There's no other way around it. Canton has its own dialect. Youngstown has
Even
a
the way
real...
that you just said Canton.
Yeah. Youngstown has a real
topic,
thick
it
accent.
kicks in.
What are you talking about?
Depending on the topic. When you
Maybe
start
we're accusing me of code switching?
When you start talking like dysfunction with your family, then it definitely kicks in.
Oh, because that's the way they talk.
NASCAR
Yeah, that's the way
definitely
they
kicks
talk.
in. Fishing.
When's the last time I've been fishing?
Man, not a day goes by. Kenny doesn't start
No,
talking
I
fishing.
haven't talked fishing with you in a long time.
That's why we call him the Bassmaster.
I haven't been fishing in a long time. Well, I'm good at baiting. Some people would say I'm a...
Go ahead.
Hello, you're coming in hot.
Ken.
Hi.
Hey, you and Nathan are way off. I've got it from a very reliable source. The Browns are trading 6 of 24 the Cowboys for Dak Prescott. I love you, Cleveland.
Hello, you're coming in hot.
If it came down to Nick and Ken in a fight, you'd have to change the phrase, "This town ain't big enough for the two of us. The city ain't big enough for either of us."
Well, what's a city?
Could you imagine us throwing around $2,200 chairs at each other in City Hall?
Are we talking about Reminderville?
And we're just getting started.
My favorite part of the clip with the Galax was, why can't Mr. Polenzek sit in this chair? Why can't the mayor sit in that chair? And we can take.
Travis is just like,
Oh no, we can take 2 more. Hello, you're coming in hot.
After getting into multiple accidents, Lima's wife banned him from listening to Adele while he's driving because he's always rolling in the Jeep.
Ooh. What do you think? Wasn't bad.
That's fine.
Hello, you're coming in hot.
Hey, I just wanted to say I had a great time last night at the fan mock draft. I got to meet Spencer. I do have one bone to pick. Daryl Ryder, why would you try to put a rag over my face in the parking lot?
Okay. All right.
in
That's
the
a
world?
legend. That's a legend. You leave him alone.
You're preaching to the choir here.
By the way, some people are wondering if, because of Bibb and this latest scandal, if we're going to get a sequel to The Chair Company, Tim Robinson.
Okay, so you guys told me to watch that, and you were afraid I wouldn't like it?
Yeah.
I forget it's a comedy, and I'm totally engrossed in the storyline. Yes. I'm like, what's he going to do next? He's got to get to the end of this. He's got to get to the end of it.
Does he ever have to?
I'm totally engrossed. All right. Thank you for showing me that on the. One of these days, that camera's going to pick up what you're showing me on that, and it's been nice working with you. I'm just telling you right now. Thanks to Nathan. Daryl wasn't on today. Daryl will be on later this afternoon. He can't come on when he's on in the afternoon. He'll be hosting today. Daryl was in a full suit yesterday. Looked good. Looked damn good in that suit.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. All right, we're back tomorrow 6 to 10, or back Monday 6 to 10. Remember, 5 a.m., you early risers. The fan warm-up show, Monday, the debut, 5 a.m., Jeff Thomas. And let me again reiterate, after what I heard this morning, thank God, 5 a.m.
You don't want to take those old records off the shelf?
My God. I'm just going to keep it to myself, man.
Is Jeff just going to come on flame-throwing at 5 a.m.?
I hope so. I really, really, really hope so.
I have to get something on my chest right now.
For Ken Carman, for Anthony Lima, for the... Wait a minute, I totally messed that up. Have a wonderful Tall Boy Friday, friends. Y'all take care now, you hear?
On there. Vodka, whiskey, beer, tequila, more beer.